Qur'an Chapter 33, Surah Al-Ahzab, by Sayyid Qutb. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. O Prophet, be conscious of God and do not yield to the deniers of the truth and the hypocrites. Verily God is all-knowing, all-wise, and follow that which is revealed to you from your sustainer. Indeed, God is fully aware of all that you do, and place your trust in God, for sufficient is God as a guardian. God has not placed two hearts within any man's breast, nor has he made your wives, whom you declare to be as your mother's backs, truly your mothers, nor has he made your adopted sons, truly your sons. These are but words that you utter with your mouths, whereas God speaks the truth and shows the right way. Call them by their fathers' names. That is more just in the sight of God. But if you do not know their fathers, then they are your brothers in faith and your allies. And there is no blame upon you for what you err in unintentionally, but only for what your hearts deliberately intend. And God is oft forgiving, most merciful. The Prophet is closer to the believers than their own selves, and his wives are their mothers. Blood relatives are closer to one another in God's decree than other believers and emigrants, except that you may do kindness to your allies. This is inscribed in God's decree. And remember when we took a covenant from the prophets, and from you, and from Noah, Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, the son of Mary. We took from them a solemn covenant so that he may question the truthful about their truthfulness. And he has prepared a painful punishment for the deniers of the truth. This chapter portrays a vivid depiction of a critical period in the life of the Muslim community, a time spanning from shortly after the Great Battle of Badr to just before the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. It provides a direct and realistic account of that phase of the Muslims' life in Medina, a phase teeming with significant events, profound transformations, and the establishment of foundational principles for the emerging Islamic society. The chapter is not only rich in historical references, but also in the divine instructions and adjustments that shape the collective consciousness and organization of the nascent Muslim community. These instructions were minimal in volume, often forming brief yet powerful interjections that tied events and societal structures to the overarching principle of faith in God and submission to His will. The chapter opens with the divine call, O Prophet, be conscious of God and do not yield to the disbelievers and hypocrites. Verily God is all-knowing, all-wise, and follow that which is revealed to you from your sustainer. Indeed, God is fully aware of all that you do, and place your trust in God, for sufficient is God as a guardian. Here, the believers are reminded of the singularity of divine guidance and its supremacy over all human inclinations or societal pressures. Furthermore, the profound statement, God has not placed two hearts within any man's breast, serves as a metaphorical foundation for unity of purpose and undivided devotion to God alone. The chapter also addresses certain social reforms and organizational principles, such as those concerning the status of adopted sons. God has not made your adopted sons truly your sons. These are but words that you utter with your mouths, whereas God speaks the truth and shows the right way. This reform was not merely a societal adjustment, but a profound spiritual reorientation, affirming that kinship is determined by divine decree, not human conventions. The chapter also reflects on the sacred covenant taken from the prophets. And remember when we took a covenant from the prophets and from you, and from Noah, Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, the son of Mary. We took from them a solemn covenant, so that he may question the truthful about their truthfulness, and he has prepared a painful punishment for the deniers of the truth. This solemn covenant underscores the shared mission of the prophets and their unwavering commitment to truth, as well as the accountability of those entrusted with divine guidance. The chapter derives its name from the Battle of the Confederates, Ahzab, a defining moment of this period. It reflects on the challenges faced by the Muslim community, including the treachery of the hypocrites and the conspiracies of the disbelievers and Jews of Medina. It vividly portrays the siege of Medina, the internal discord sowed by the hypocrites, and the moral and spiritual fortitude required to withstand such trials. The Quran addresses the hypocrites' cowardice and lack of faith during the Battle of the Confederates. Say, Flight will not benefit you if you flee from death or killing, for even then you will only enjoy life for a little while. Say, who is it that can shield you from God if he intends harm for you or if he wills for you his mercy? And they will find none besides God as a protector or helper. The chapter also addresses new social norms and ethical principles that were unfamiliar to pre-Islamic society, such as the principle, it is not for a believing man or woman, when God and his messenger have decreed a matter, to have any choice in their affair. This verse epitomizes the essence of submission to God's will, establishing the precedence of divine decree over personal inclinations or societal norms. Toward the conclusion of the chapter, a majestic and profound declaration is made. Indeed, we offered the trust to the heavens, the earth, and the mountains, but they refused to bear it and were fearful of it. Yet man undertook it. Truly he was unjust and ignorant. This verse encapsulates the immense responsibility placed upon humanity, the responsibility to uphold the divine trust, a task so weighty that even the heavens, earth, and mountains recoiled from it. Yet man, in his arrogance and jahiliyyah, accepted it, often failing to comprehend its magnitude. The period addressed in this chapter is distinct in the life of the Muslim community. It was a time when the features of the Muslim identity began to emerge, both in the collective life of the community and the governance of the Islamic State. However, full stability and dominance had not yet been achieved. This was to come later, after the conquest of Mecca and the mass entry of people into Islam. This chapter plays a pivotal role in reorganizing the Muslim community, solidifying its identity, and establishing its principles in familial, social, and spiritual life. It also seeks to abolish pre-Islamic customs and traditions, replacing them with the new Islamic worldview. Amidst the discussion of social structures and norms, the chapter recounts the events of the Battle of the Confederates and the subsequent campaign against Banu Qurayza. It highlights the treachery of the disbelievers, hypocrites, and Jews, as well as their plots to undermine the Muslim community. These efforts to destabilize the believers took various forms: military aggression, spreading rumors, and attempts to undermine the moral and social fabric of the Muslim community. The connection between the societal reforms and the military campaigns is clear. Both were responses to the persistent attempts by the disbelievers, hypocrites, and Jews to sow discord within the Muslim ranks, whether through direct confrontation on the battlefield or through subtle subversion of social norms. These efforts necessitated adjustments in the Muslims' social and spiritual outlook to preserve their unity and strength. Moreover, the spoils of war and the economic shifts resulting from these campaigns required further refinement of social and legal structures, ensuring that the community's foundation remained rooted in justice and divine guidance. Thus, this chapter stands as a testament to the unfolding process of shaping the Muslim community, addressing its challenges, refining its principles, and preparing it to fulfill its role as the bearer of God's final message to humanity. From this perspective and that, the unity of the surah becomes apparent, as does the coherence of its flow and the harmony of its diverse themes. Alongside these aspects, we find also the unity of time, which ties together the events and directives discussed within the surah. The surah begins with a directive to the messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, to remain conscious of God, to avoid obeying the disbelievers and hypocrites, and to follow only what is revealed to him by his sustainer, placing his trust in him alone. This beginning serves as the foundation upon which the surah's various rulings, events, and concepts are built, a foundation rooted in the grand principle underpinning the laws and guidance of this religion. Its systems, structures, etiquettes, and moral values all stem from the heart's reverence for the majesty of God, its complete submission to his will, adherence to the path he has chosen, and reliance upon him alone, with a serene confidence in his protection and support. After this, the surah pronounces a decisive word of truth, addressing some entrenched social customs and practices. It begins with a definitive declaration of reality: God has not placed two hearts in any man's chest. This statement serves as a parable, illustrating that a human being cannot direct himself towards more than one objective, nor can he follow more than one path. Otherwise, he would fall into hypocrisy and confusion. As a person possesses only one heart, he must direct it towards one God, follow one path, and abandon all other inherited customs, traditions, and practices. Thus, the surah moves to annul the custom of zihar, whereby a man would swear that his wife was as forbidden to him as his own mother's back, thereby rendering her akin to his mother in prohibition. The surah declares, "Your wives, whom you declare to be as your mothers, are not your mothers." These words expose the baselessness of this claim, for such statements are mere utterances of the tongue without any underlying reality. The wife remains a wife and does not become a mother through such speech. The surah then proceeds to abolish the custom of adoption and its attendant consequences, nor has he made your adopted sons your real sons. Henceforth, adoption would no longer entail inheritance or other legal effects associated with natural parentage, as will be detailed later. At the same time, the surah establishes or reaffirms the Prophet's overarching authority over all believers. The Prophet is closer to the believers than their own selves, and elevates the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to the rank of spiritual mothers, and his wives are as their mothers. It further abolishes the initial system of mutual brotherhood between the emigrants and the helpers, which had been instituted at the beginning of the Hijrah, returning matters of inheritance and related obligations to the bonds of natural kinship. Blood relatives are closer to one another in God's decree than the believers and the emigrants. In this way, the surah reorganizes the structure of the Muslim community upon natural foundations, eliminating temporary arrangements that had been necessitated by earlier circumstances. This new organization, derived from the methodology of Islam and the decree of God, is then reinforced by a reference to its eternal inscription in God's book, alongside the covenant that was taken from all the prophets, especially those endowed with steadfast resolve. Thus, in the Quranic manner, the surah concludes these rulings and principles with reflections that anchor them in the hearts and minds of believers. This marks the conclusion of the surah's first thematic section. The second section turns to recount the blessings of God upon the believers who were saved from the schemes of the Confederate forces that had besieged them. It vividly portrays the incidents of the Battle of the Confederates, Ahzab, and the campaign against the tribe of Banu Qurayza, bringing these events to life through a series of successive scenes. These scenes depict both external movements and inner emotions, as well as the dialogues that unfolded among groups and individuals. Interspersed throughout the narrative are timely instructions and reflections, which reinforce the Quranic methodology of establishing enduring values through actual occurrences and the emotions and thoughts they evoke. The Quran's approach in such situations is to use historical events as a means of nurturing souls, instilling values, establishing standards, and shaping the perceptions it seeks to make dominant. It depicts the unfolding of the events themselves, along with the visible and hidden emotions they evoke, while shedding light upon their corners and secrets. Afterward, it delivers its judgment on what transpired, critiquing errors and deviations, praising what was correct and upright, and offering guidance to rectify mistakes and nurture what is right, all while linking these matters to God's decree, His will, and His straight path, as well as to the innate nature of the soul and the universal laws of existence. Thus the surah begins its depiction of the battle with God's words. O you who believe, remember God's favor upon you when hosts came against you, and we sent upon them a wind and forces you could not see, and God is ever watchful over what you do. At its midpoint it declares, say, fleeing will not benefit you if you flee from death or killing, and then you will not be given enjoyment except for a little while. Who is it that can protect you from God if He intends harm for you or mercy? They will find for themselves no protector or helper besides God. The section continues with, indeed, in the messenger of God, you have a beautiful example for anyone who hopes for God and the last day and remembers God often, and concludes with, that God may reward the truthful for their truthfulness and punish the hypocrites if he wills, or turn to them in mercy. Indeed, God is ever forgiving and merciful. In this narrative, the surah juxtaposes the attitudes of sincere believers with those of hypocrites and the faint-hearted, revealing the true values of each group through their respective reactions. And when the hypocrites and those in whose hearts is disease said, "God and his messenger did not promise us anything but delusion," while the believers, upon seeing the Confederates, declared, "This is what God and his messenger promised us, and God and his messenger spoke the truth," and this only increased them in faith and submission. The final outcome is decisively stated, and God repelled those who disbelieved in their rage. They gained no good, and God sufficed the believers in battle, and God is ever strong and mighty. Following this, the surah addresses the matter of the Prophet's wives who had sought an increase in their material provisions after God had blessed his messenger, and the believers with the spoils of the great victory over Banu Qurayza and prior gains from other battles. The surah offers them a choice between the adornments of worldly life and the company of God, his messenger, and the hereafter. They chose God, his messenger, and the hereafter, earning the noble station they occupy with God and his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, and favouring this over the fleeting pleasures of worldly life. The surah then explains that their elevated position entails both multiplied rewards for piety and multiplied punishment for clear transgressions. This distinction is attributed to their unique status, their connection to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the revelation of the Qur'an in their homes, as well as the wisdom they received from him. The section then transitions to discussing the rewards awaiting all believing men and women. This concludes the third section. The fourth section delves into a subtle reference to the marriage of Zainab bint Jahsh, a noble Qurayshi woman and the Prophet's cousin, to Zayd ibn Haritha, the Prophet's freedman. The surah first establishes the overarching principle that all matters, whether pertaining to believers or the Prophet himself, must be referred to God's will. It is not for a believer, man or woman, when God and his messenger have decreed a matter, to have any choice in their affair, and whoever disobeys God and his messenger has clearly gone astray. This marriage was followed by divorce, and provided a practical demonstration of the abolition of adoption's legal consequences as previously addressed in the surah. To emphasize this principle, God chose the Prophet himself to bear the burden of this social reform, given the deep-rooted nature of adoption in Arab society and the difficulty of overcoming such customs. The verse declares, "So when Zayd had accomplished his desire from her, we gave her to you in marriage, so that there would be no discomfort upon the believers concerning the wives of their adopted sons when they have no further desire for them, and the command of God must be fulfilled." On this occasion, the surah clarifies the relationship between the Prophet and the believers. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of God and the seal of the prophets. The section concludes with directives to the Prophet and the believers. Do not obey the disbelievers and hypocrites, disregard their harm and place your trust in God. And sufficient is God as a disposer of affairs. The fifth section begins with a ruling concerning women who are divorced before consummation of the marriage. It then addresses the Prophet's marital life, outlining which categories of women are permissible and which are forbidden to him. It continues with instructions for the believers regarding their interactions with the Prophet's household, both during his lifetime and after his passing. The surah establishes the rule of seclusion for the Prophet's wives, allowing them to appear unveiled only before their immediate male relatives, female companions or slaves. It also warns against harming the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, through his wives or his private affairs, threatening such offenders with God's curse in both this life and the hereafter. This indicates that hypocrites and others had engaged in much mischief of this sort. The section concludes with a command to the Prophet's wives, daughters, and all believing women to draw their cloaks over themselves. That is more suitable so that they may be recognized and not harmed. It also warns the hypocrites, those with diseased hearts and the rumour mongers of Medina, that they would be driven out of the city, like the earlier expulsions of Banu Kainuka and Banu Nadir, or that they would be destroyed, as was the fate of Banu Qurayza. These warnings illustrate the great harm such groups inflicted upon the Islamic society in Medina through their malicious schemes. The sixth and final section of the surah addresses the people's question about the hour, responding that the knowledge of its coming rests solely with God, while hinting that it may be near. This is followed by a vivid scene from the day of resurrection. On that day their faces will be turned about in the fire, and they will say, "Oh, would that we had obeyed God and obeyed the messenger." They will also cast blame upon their leaders and elders whom they had followed into error. "Our sustainer, we obeyed our leaders and our great ones, and they led us astray from the path. Our sustainer, give them double the punishment and curse them with a mighty curse." The surah concludes with a profound, awe-inspiring declaration filled with immense significance and impact. "Indeed, we offered the trust to the heavens and the earth and the mountains, but they refused to bear it and were afraid of it. Yet man assumed it indeed. He was unjust and ignorant. Thus, God will punish the hypocritical men and women and the polytheistic men and women, but God will turn in mercy to the believing men and women, and God is ever forgiving, ever merciful." This verse unveils the enormity of the burden placed upon humanity, and upon the Muslim community in particular, for it is they who alone are entrusted with this supreme responsibility, the trust of faith and adherence to it, the trust of calling others to it and bearing patiently its burdens, and the trust of the divine law, implementing it within themselves and in the world around them. This resonates with the overarching theme and mood of the surah, as well as with the nature of the divine methodology upon which the surah seeks to organize the Muslim community. Now let us delve into the details of the surah after this brief summary. O Prophet, be conscious of God and do not obey the disbelievers and the hypocrites. Indeed, God is all-knowing, all-wise, and follow what is revealed to you from your sustainer. Indeed, God is aware of all that you do, and place your trust in God, for God alone is sufficient as a guardian. This is how the surah begins, which takes upon itself the task of organizing aspects of the social and moral life of the nascent Muslim community. This opening reveals the nature of the Islamic system and the principles upon which it is founded, both in the realm of external reality and in the depths of the human conscience. Islam is not merely a collection of exhortations and sermons, nor is it a set of morals and ethics, nor simply a body of laws and regulations, nor a set of customs and traditions. While it encompasses all these, they alone do not define Islam. Islam, in essence, is submission to the will and decree of God, and a readiness, first and foremost, to obey His commands and prohibitions, to follow the path He lays out without turning to any other guidance or direction and without relying on anything besides Him. It is the awareness at the outset that human beings on this earth are subject to one divine law which governs them as it governs the earth, the planets and the celestial bodies, and which directs all of existence, both visible and invisible, present and hidden within the range of human perception and beyond its grasp. It is the certainty that they have no say in any matter except to follow what God commands them and to refrain from what He forbids, to take the means provided to them, and to await the outcomes decreed by God. This is the foundation. From it arise the laws and regulations, customs and traditions and morals and ethics as practical manifestations of a faith deeply rooted in the conscience and as tangible expressions of a soul's submission to God and its adherence to His methodology in life. Islam is a creed from which springs a legal system upon which is built a societal structure. These three elements, creed, law and system, are inseparably interconnected and mutually interactive. Together they constitute Islam. Thus, the first directive in the surah, which establishes new social regulations for Muslims, is the call to be conscious of God. This directive is addressed to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, who is entrusted with implementing these laws and organizing these systems. O Prophet, be conscious of God. For God consciousness, the awareness of His watchfulness and the realization of His majesty are the primary foundation, the inner sentinel that guards both legislation and its execution. They are the essential basis for every obligation and every directive in Islam. The second directive is a prohibition against obeying disbelievers and hypocrites or following their guidance, suggestions, or counsel. Do not obey the disbelievers and the hypocrites. The positioning of this prohibition before the command to follow divine revelation suggests that the pressure exerted by the disbelievers and hypocrites in Medina and its surroundings at that time was intense, necessitating this clear prohibition against yielding to their opinions, inclinations, or influences. This prohibition remains valid for all contexts and all times, cautioning believers against following the views of disbelievers and hypocrites, especially in matters of faith, legislation, and social organization, so that the Islamic path remains pure and untainted by any external influence. Let no one be deceived by the apparent knowledge, experience, or expertise of disbelievers and hypocrites, an excuse some Muslims use during periods of weakness or deviation. For God is all-knowing, all-wise, and it is He who has chosen the path for believers based on His knowledge and wisdom. As for what humans possess, it is no more than superficial knowledge, a mere fragment at best. The third directive is explicit, and follow what is revealed to you from your sustainer. This is the source from which all guidance flows, the only authority worthy of being followed. The phraseology of this command carries delicate, evocative undertones. Follow what is revealed to you from your sustainer. The emphasis on revealed to you personalizes the revelation, while the addition of from your sustainer establishes the intimate, nurturing relationship between the prophet and his sustainer. Thus, adherence to this guidance becomes not only obligatory by virtue of divine command, but also deeply compelling due to the emotional resonance of these expressions. The verse concludes with, "Indeed, God is aware of all that you do." This emphasizes that God, who reveals guidance, is fully aware of the believer's actions, intentions, and inner motivations, thus reinforcing their trust in his wisdom and commands. The final directive states, "And place your trust in God, for God alone is sufficient as a guardian." It reassures the prophet that he need not concern himself with whether others stand with him or against him, nor should he be troubled by their schemes and plots. Instead, he should entrust all his affairs to God, who, with his infinite knowledge, wisdom, and care, will guide them to their proper outcomes. Entrusting matters to God and relying on Him alone is the firm and comforting foundation upon which the heart can rest. It defines the limits of human effort, leaving all that lies beyond to the one who commands and disposes of all affairs with full confidence, peace, and certainty. These three elements, God consciousness, adherence to divine revelation, and trust in God combined with the rejection of disbelievers and hypocrites, form the essential provisions for the caller to God. They establish the clear, exclusive path of the call from God to God and reliant upon God. And God alone is sufficient as a guardian. This set of directives concludes with a decisive sensory declaration. God has not placed two hearts within any man's chest. It is a single heart, and thus it must follow a single path. It must adopt a unified, overarching perspective on life and existence, drawing from a single source. It must measure values, assess events, and evaluate things with a single scale. Otherwise, it will be torn apart, scattered, and lost in hypocrisy and disarray, unable to maintain a consistent direction. A person cannot derive their morals and ethics from one source, their laws and regulations from another, their social or economic systems from a third, and their art and imagination from a fourth. Such a patchwork approach does not create a coherent human being. It produces nothing but fragments and disjointed pieces devoid of any structure or cohesion. For the believer, it is impossible to possess true faith while disregarding its implications and values in even a single aspect of life, whether that aspect is great or small. Every word spoken, every action taken, every intention formed, and every perception embraced must be governed by faith if that faith is truly embedded in one's being. For God has not placed within a person more than one heart, subject to one law, drawing from one vision and measuring with one scale. And thus, the believer cannot claim to act from a personal perspective in one instance and from an Islamic perspective in another, as some politicians, businessmen, or members of social or scientific organizations might suggest in modern times. A believer is a single individual, with one heart filled by one faith and one perspective shaped by that faith. This perspective informs every action, every decision, and every situation, whether public or private, great or small. With this unified heart, the believer lives as an individual within a family, as part of a community, within a state, and within the broader world. This heart remains consistent through times of ease and hardship, never altering its scales, values, or perceptions. God has not placed two hearts within any man's chest. Thus, the methodology is singular, the path is singular, the revelation is singular, and the direction is singular. It is submission to God alone. For a single heart cannot serve two deities, nor obey two masters, nor follow two paths, nor pursue two directions. To attempt to do so would tear it apart, scatter it, and reduce it to fragments and rubble. Having established this decisive principle of singularity in methodology and path, the Surah proceeds to annul the customs of zihar and adoption, thereby establishing the family upon a clear, sound, and upright foundation. It has been narrated that the nullification of the pre-Islamic custom of zihar was legislated upon the revelation of Surah Al-Mujadilah. This occurred when Aus ibn al-Samit declared zihar against his wife, Khawla bint Thalabah. She came to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, complaining, saying, "O Messenger of God, he has consumed my wealth, exhausted my youth, and left my womb scattered for him. Then when I aged and my childbearing ceased, he declared zihar against me." The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "I see that you have become unlawful to him." She repeated her plea several times, then God revealed, "Indeed, God has heard the statement of the woman who disputes with you concerning her husband and complains to God, and God hears your dialogue. Verily, God is all-hearing, all-seeing. Those among you who declare zihar against their wives, they are not their mothers. None can be their mothers except those who gave birth to them. And indeed, they utter an evil statement and a lie. But indeed, God is pardoning, forgiving, and those who declare zihar against their wives and then wish to go back on what they have said, they must free a slave before they touch one another. That is what you are admonished with. And God is all aware of what you do. But he who does not find a slave to free, then he must fast for 2 consecutive months before they touch one another. But he who is unable to do so must feed 60 poor people. This is so that you may believe in God and his messenger. These are the limits of God, and for those who disbelieve is a painful punishment. Thus, the custom of zihar was declared to render marital intimacy temporarily forbidden, not permanently, nor as a form of divorce. Its expiation was stipulated as the freeing of a slave, or fasting for 2 consecutive months, or feeding 60 poor people. Through this, the wife would once again become lawful to her husband, and marital life would return to its previous state of harmony. And so the ruling was established upon a sound and enduring foundation, a true reflection of the natural order. And those among you who declare zihar against their wives, they are not their mothers. In this way, the family was protected from disintegration caused by this pre-Islamic custom, which was but another manifestation of the oppression and hardship inflicted upon women, and a source of discord and disruption within family relationships, an outcome of the whims and arrogance of men in the society of Jahiliyyah. This is the matter of zihar. As for the matter of adoption and the practice of naming sons after men who were not their fathers, it too arose from a disruption in the structure of the family and by extension the entire society. Despite the well-known pride in chastity and lineage in Arab society, there existed, alongside this pride, contrary practices in certain segments of society, especially outside the few noble households of renowned lineage. There were children in society whose fathers were unknown. A man might take a liking to one of these children and adopt him, calling him his son, attaching the child to his lineage and establishing inheritance rights between them. There were also cases where children with known fathers were adopted by other men simply out of admiration. These children would be taken into their adoptive families, given the family name, and recognized as belonging to their new lineage. This was particularly common with captives, children and youths taken during wars and raids. A man might take one of these captives, claim him as his son, and give him his name, thus establishing for the child the rights and duties of biological sonship. Among such cases was Zayd ibn Haritha al-Kalbi. He belonged to an Arab tribe and had been taken captive during a pre-Islamic raid. He was purchased by Hakim ibn Hizam for his aunt Khadija, may God be pleased with her. When the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, married Khadija, she gifted Zayd to him. Later, Zayd's father and uncle came to retrieve him, but the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, gave Zayd the choice, and he chose to stay with the Prophet. The Prophet then freed him and adopted him, and he became known as Zayd ibn Muhammad. He was the first of the freed slaves to believe in the Prophet. However, when Islam began to regulate family relationships on their natural foundations and to establish clear and unambiguous bonds, it abolished this practice of adoption. The ties of lineage were to be based on their real origins, on the bonds of blood, fatherhood, and biological sonship. God said, "And he has not made your adopted sons your real sons, that is merely a statement of your mouths." Words do not alter realities, nor do they create relationships outside the bonds of blood, the inheritance of genetic characteristics carried by the seed, or the natural emotions that arise from a child being a living part of his father's living body. And God speaks the truth and guides to the straight way. He speaks the absolute truth, untainted by falsehood, and establishes relationships upon their true inherent foundations, derived from flesh and blood. He guides to the straight path which is rooted in the natural order of creation. No other path devised by humankind can compare to it. Mere words cannot rival the truth of reality and nature. Thus the word of truth and the innate nature created by God prevail over human constructs fabricated by mere speech. Call them by the names of their fathers. It is more just in the sight of God. Indeed, it is justice and fairness to call a child by his father's name. Justice to the father, whose living essence is embodied in the child. Justice to the child, who carries his father's name, inherits from him, and passes on his legacy, representing the traits and characteristics of his father and forefathers. Justice to the truth itself, which places everything in its rightful place, restoring each relationship to its natural foundation and ensuring that no parent or child is denied their due. It also spares the adoptive parent from the burdens of true parenthood and the adopted child from undeserved privileges. This system balances the responsibilities within the family, anchoring it upon a firm and precise foundation rooted in reality. At the same time, it establishes society on a strong and authentic base, one that incorporates truth and aligns with the natural order. Any system that disregards the reality of the family as nature intended it is a weak and flawed construct, built on falsehood and doomed to fail. Given the chaos in family relationships during the era of Jahiliyyah and the corresponding sexual anarchy that led to the confusion of lineage and at times the inability to identify fathers, Islam addressed these issues with wisdom. While reorganizing the family and building society upon its foundation, Islam extended leniency to such cases. For those whose true fathers could not be identified, the faith established their place within the Islamic community on the basis of brotherhood in religion and mutual loyalty. But if you do not know their fathers, then they are your brothers in faith and your allies. This bond is one of moral and emotional connection. It does not entail the specific obligations of lineage, such as inheritance rights or liability for blood money, which were also obligations associated with adoption. This ensured that those without known parentage were not left without ties to the community after the abolition of adoption. The verse, "But if you do not know their fathers," vividly portrays the disarray of pre-Islamic society and the sexual chaos that prevailed. These were the conditions that Islam sought to remedy by establishing the family upon the foundation of true parenthood and organizing society upon the basis of the healthy family unit. And despite Islam's emphasis on restoring lineage to its rightful origins, believers were not held accountable for cases where identifying true parentage was genuinely impossible. And there is no blame upon you for that in which you erred, but only for what your hearts intended. This leniency stems from God's boundless forgiveness and mercy. He does not burden people beyond their capacity, and God is forgiving, merciful. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, emphasized the importance of verifying lineage, underscoring the seriousness of this new order that abolished the remnants of pre-Islamic social disorder. He warned against concealing the truth regarding parentage, associating such acts with disbelief. Ibn Jarir narrated from Yaqub ibn Ibrahim, who narrated from Ibn Ulayya from Uyayna ibn Abd al-Rahman from his father, who said, Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, said, God Almighty said, call them by the names of their fathers, it is more just in the sight of God. But if you do not know their fathers, then they are your brothers in faith and your allies. I am among those whose father is unknown, so I am your brother in faith. Uyayna ibn Abd al-Rahman's father added, by God, I believe that if he had known that his father was a donkey, he would have claimed him. The Prophet also said, whoever claims to belong to someone other than his father while knowing the truth has committed disbelief. This stern warning reflects Islam's profound concern for preserving the family and its bonds from any corruption or doubt, safeguarding it with all measures of integrity, stability, and strength. For upon the family rests the foundation of a cohesive, upright, pure, and virtuous society. Thereafter, Islam decreed the abolition of the system of mu'akkah, brotherhood, just as it had abolished the system of adoption. The system of mu'akkah was not a pre-Islamic custom. Rather, it was an arrangement introduced by Islam after the migration to address the plight of the muhajirun, emigrants, those who had left behind their wealth and families in Mecca, and to remedy the situation of those Muslims in Medina whose relationships with their families had been severed as a result of their acceptance of Islam. This decree was accompanied by the establishment of the Prophet's peace and blessings be upon him general authority over all believers, an authority that superseded all ties of kinship, as well as the declaration of a spiritual motherhood for all believers in the persons of his wives, peace be upon them. The Prophet is closer to the believers than their own selves, and his wives are their mothers. Blood relatives are closer to one another in the decree of God than the believers and the emigrants, except if you wish to do some good for your close associates. This is inscribed in the Book of God. The Muhajirun had emigrated from Mecca to Medina, abandoning behind them every worldly possession. They fled to God with their faith, preferring their creed over familial bonds, treasured wealth, the comforts of life, the memories of childhood and youth, and the affections of companionship. They escaped with their faith alone, relinquishing everything else. Their migration, in this manner, was the living embodiment of faith in its most complete form, a faith that permeated their hearts to such an extent that no space remained for anything but belief. It was a unification of the human soul, as expressed in the divine statement, God has not placed within any man two hearts in his chest. A similar phenomenon occurred in Medina, albeit in a different form. Individuals from certain households embraced Islam, while others within the same families persisted in their idolatry. This led to severed relationships between relatives and, in many cases, a profound disruption of family ties. Moreover, there arose an even broader loosening of social bonds. At this time, the Muslim community was still in its infancy, and the nascent Islamic State was more akin to a dominant idea gripping the hearts of believers than a structured system grounded in established norms. Here, a powerful wave of emotional fervour for the new faith swept over the hearts, overwhelming all other emotions, traditions, and attachments. This wave forged faith into the soul bond uniting hearts, while simultaneously binding together individuals who had become detached from their natural roots in family and tribe. Faith replaced ties of blood and kinship, friendships, common interests, or shared language and culture. It blended these scattered individuals into a cohesive, harmonious, and cooperative whole, not through legislation or state orders, but through an internal drive and a surge of feeling that transcended all that humanity had previously known in its ordinary affairs. The Muslim community was thus built upon this foundation, for it could not yet rely on the power of state structures or established laws. The Muhajirun were received by their Ansar supporters, brothers who had already made their homes and hearts places of faith. They welcomed the emigrants into their homes, their wealth, and their hearts. They competed to host them, so much so that no emigrant could reside in an Ansari household except by drawing lots, as the number of emigrants was smaller than the number of Ansar eager to host them. They shared everything with the emigrants, willingly, wholeheartedly, and with true joy, free from natural human stinginess and untouched by pretension or show. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, established bonds of brotherhood between the Muhajirun and the Ansar, a bond unparalleled in the history of solidarity among those united by belief. This brotherhood replaced the ties of blood relations, encompassing even inheritance and other obligations typically arising from kinship, such as the payment of blood money. This emotional surge reached its zenith, and the Muslims took these new relationships with utmost seriousness, just as they did with everything brought to them by Islam. This fervour played the role of establishing and safeguarding the nascent Muslim community, compensating for the absence of a fully functioning state, settled laws, and stable societal structures. Indeed, it was more than sufficient for the extraordinary circumstances faced by this fledgling community, ensuring its survival, cohesion, and protection. Such an emotional surge is essential for the formation of any community facing similar conditions, until the establishment of a strong state, settled laws, and stable systems capable of guaranteeing the community's survival and growth. Once normal conditions are restored, the extraordinary measures give way to natural and ordinary systems. Islam, while cherishing this emotional surge and keeping its fountains ever flowing within the heart, was keen to build its framework on the ordinary capacity of the human soul, not on extraordinary outbursts of emotion. These surges serve their purpose during exceptional periods and then give way to the normal order once the necessity subsides. Thus, as soon as circumstances in Medina began stabilizing, following the Battle of Badr, the consolidation of the Islamic State, the establishment of relatively stable social structures, and the availability of reasonable means of livelihood, bolstered by the wealth acquired during the expeditions following Badr, particularly the spoils taken from the Banu Qaynuqa, Islam abolished the system of murkha. It retained its emotional and spiritual elements to be revived when necessity demanded, but returned society to its natural state. Inheritance and blood money obligations were restored to their original basis of kinship, as decreed in the eternal Book of God and his natural law. Blood relatives are closer to one another in the decree of God than the believers and the emigrants, except if you wish to do some good for your close associates. This is inscribed in the Book of God. At the same time, the Qur'an reaffirmed the Prophet's peace and blessings be upon him, general authority over the believers, a bond that supersedes ties of kinship, even the bond of selfhood. The Prophet is closer to the believers than their own selves. It also confirmed the spiritual motherhood of the Prophet's wives, peace be upon them, for all believers, and his wives are their mothers. The Prophet's authority encompassed all aspects of life. The believers' affairs belonged to him, and they were not to choose for themselves except what he chose for them through the guidance of his sustainer. None of you truly believes until his desires are in accordance with what I have brought. This authority extended even to their emotions, such that the Prophet's person, peace and blessings be upon him, was to be more beloved to them than their own selves. Nothing could surpass him in their hearts. The Prophet said, "By him in whose hand is my soul, none of you truly believes until I am more beloved to him than his own self, his wealth, his children, and all people." It is also reported that Umar, may God be pleased with him, once said, "O Messenger of God, by God, you are dearer to me than everything except my own self." The Prophet replied, "No, O Umar, not until I am dearer to you than even your own self." Umar then said, "By God, you are now dearer to me than even my own self." The Prophet responded, "Now, O Umar." And this is not merely a phrase to be spoken, but rather a lofty summit that hearts can only ascend to by means of a direct, divine touch, a touch that opens the heart to this luminous and exalted horizon, liberating it from the gravitational pull of the self and its deeply entrenched love for itself, woven into its innermost fabric and pathways. For indeed, a human being loves their own self and everything connected to it with a love greater than they can imagine, greater than they can even perceive. And sometimes one might delude themselves into thinking that they have mastered their emotions, subdued their ego, and restrained their excessive love for their self. Yet, the moment their sense of self is pricked in a way that scratches their pride, they suddenly recoil as though bitten by a venomous snake. They feel a sting so sharp that they cannot control their reaction to it, and even if they manage to suppress it, it burrows deep into their emotions, embedding itself in the very depths of their being. A person may train themselves to sacrifice their entire life, yet it remains difficult for them to accept any affront to their sense of self, whether such affront is perceived as diminishing their stature, finding fault in one of their traits, criticizing an aspect of their character, or belittling a quality of theirs. This is true despite their claims of indifference or lack of concern. Overcoming this profound love for oneself is not a matter of mere words spoken by the tongue. It is, as we have said, a lofty summit that the heart can only ascend to through a divine touch or through long effort and constant exercise, paired with unceasing vigilance and a sincere desire for God's aid and assistance. This is the greater jihad, as the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, has called it. It suffices to know that even Umar, who was who he was, needed a gentle nudge from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to open his pure heart to this truth. That touch was the key that unlocked his heart to this higher reality. This perspective also encompasses the general obligations of those in positions of authority. It is narrated in an authentic hadith. There is no believer except that I am closer to him than anyone else in this world and the hereafter. Recite, if you wish, the Prophet is closer to the believers than their own selves. So, whoever leaves behind wealth, let his family inherit it, but whoever leaves behind debt or dependence, let them come to me, for I am their guardian. The meaning here is that the Prophet, peace be upon him, would ensure that the debts of any believer were paid if they died without sufficient wealth, and he would take care of their dependents if they left behind children who were too young to support themselves. Beyond this, life proceeds according to its natural order, which does not require an elevated emotional state or extraordinary fervour, while still preserving ties of affection between kin after the system of brotherhood in faith was abolished. Thus, it remains permissible for a person to bequeath something to their kin or to gift them during their lifetime, as expressed in the verse, "Unless you do some good for your close ones." These measures are all tied back to the primary bond, affirming that this is the will of God as recorded in his eternal decree. This was inscribed in the book. With this assurance, hearts find tranquility and hold fast to the great foundation to which all laws and regulations ultimately return. Thus, life is established on its natural foundations, proceeding with ease and balance, unburdened by the strain of reaching for horizons that can typically only be attained during rare, exceptional moments in the lives of individuals and communities. Yet, Islam preserves this abundant fountain of spiritual vitality, keeping it ready to overflow whenever the Muslim community faces an urgent need for it. In connection with what God has inscribed in his book and what his will has decreed to be the enduring law and consistent method, the Qur'an points to the covenant of God with all the prophets, both in general and specifically with the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the resolute messengers among them. This covenant entrusted them with the responsibility of upholding this divine methodology, adhering to it steadfastly, conveying it to humanity, and ensuring its implementation within the nations to which they were sent. This was so that humanity might bear responsibility for their own guidance or misguidance, their faith or disbelief, after the establishment of proof through the messenger's delivery of the message. And remember, when we took a covenant from the prophets, as well as from you, O Muhammad, and from Noah, Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, son of Mary, we took from them a solemn covenant, so that he may question the truthful about their truthfulness. And he has prepared for the disbelievers a painful punishment. It is a single unbroken covenant stretching from Noah, peace be upon him, to the seal of the prophets Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, a single covenant, a unified method, and a shared trust, passed from one prophet to the next until it reaches its final bearer. The text begins with a general statement, "And remember when we took a covenant from the prophets," before singling out the possessor of the noble Qur'an and the bearer of the universal message to all humanity. "And from you, O Muhammad." Then it returns to mention the resolute messengers, those entrusted with the greatest of missions prior to the final message. "And from Noah, Abraham, Moses and Jesus, son of Mary." After identifying those bound by this covenant, the text turns to describe the nature of the covenant itself. "And we took from them a solemn covenant." This covenant is described as solemn or galiz, a term rooted in its linguistic origin, referring to a tightly twisted rope, a metaphor borrowed to signify a binding pledge or bond. This imagery simultaneously conveys a sense of tangibility, intensifying its emotional resonance. Indeed, it is a solemn and firm covenant, this bond between God and his chosen servants, wherein they receive his revelation, deliver his message, and uphold his way with fidelity and uprightness, so that he may question the truthful about their truthfulness. The truthful here are the believers, those who have spoken the word of truth and embraced the creed of truth. As for all others, they are liars, for they have clung to falsehood in belief and uttered words of falsehood. This description carries profound significance and suggestive power. Their questioning about their truthfulness on the day of resurrection resembles a teacher questioning a successful and diligent student about their answers that earned them distinction and excellence before an audience assembled for the celebration of results. It is a questioning of honor, a public declaration and affirmation in the presence of all witnesses, a proclamation of worthiness and praise for those deserving of recognition on that great day of gathering. As for those who are not truthful, those who adhered to the creed of falsehood and uttered the words of deceit in the gravest matter in which truth or falsehood could be spoken, the matter of belief, they face a different fate. These are they for whom an immediate and prepared recompense awaits, standing ready for them, and he has prepared for the disbelievers a painful punishment. "O you who have attained to faith, remember the blessings of God upon you when hosts came upon you, and we sent against them a storm wind and forces you could not see. And God is ever observant of all that you do." 33:9. "When they came upon you from above you and from below you, and when your eyes grew dim and your hearts leapt up to your throats, and you began to harbour doubts about God." 33:10. "There and then were the believers put to the test. They were shaken with a tremendous shaking." 33:11. "And when the hypocrites and those in whose hearts is disease said, 'God and his messenger promised us nothing but delusion.'" 33:12. "And when a faction among them said, 'O people of Yathrib, you cannot withstand the enemy here, so turn back.' And a group of them sought leave of the prophet, saying, 'Our homes are exposed,' while in truth they were not exposed. They wanted nothing but to flee." 33:13. "And if the enemy had entered upon them from all sides, and they had then been asked to commit treachery, they would have done so without hesitation, and they would have remained in it for only a little while." 33:14. "And indeed they had already pledged to God that they would never turn their backs in flight, and a pledge to God must surely be answered for." 33:15. "Say, flight will not avail you if you flee from death or killing. Even then you will only be granted enjoyment for a little while." 33:16. "Say, who is it that could shield you from God if he wills harm for you, or if he wills to show you mercy? And they will find for themselves neither protector nor helper apart from God." 33:17. "Indeed, God knows those among you who hinder others and those who say to their brethren, 'Come to us,' while they themselves hardly take part in battle." 33:18. "Grudgingly holding back from you. And when fear comes upon them, you see them looking at you with rolling eyes like one overcome by death. But when fear departs, they lash at you with sharp tongues, greedy for the spoils of war. Such people have never truly believed, and so God has made all their deeds come to naught, for that is easy for God." 33:19. They think that the Confederates have not yet withdrawn, and if the Confederates were to come again, they would wish they were in the desert among the Bedouins, asking for news of you. And if they were among you, they would hardly fight at all. 33:20. Indeed, in the Messenger of God, you have an excellent example for anyone whose hope is in God and the last day, and who remembers God often. 33:21. And when the believers saw the Confederates, they said, "This is what God and his messenger promised us, and God and his messenger always speak the truth," and it only increased them in faith and surrender. 33:22. Among the believers are men who have been true to the covenant they made with God. Some of them have fulfilled their vow, and others await their turn, and they have not faltered in the least. 33:23. That God may reward the truthful for their truthfulness, and punish the hypocrites if he so wills, or turn to them in mercy. Indeed, God is ever forgiving, merciful. 33:24. And God repelled those who disbelieved in their rage without their gaining any advantage, and God was sufficient for the believers in battle. And God is ever strong, almighty. 33:25. And he brought down those who supported them from among the people of the book, from their strongholds, and cast terror into their hearts. Some you killed, and some you took captive. 33:26. And he made you heirs to their lands, their homes, and their wealth, and a land you had not yet trodden. And God is ever able to do all things. 33:27. In the crucible of life and amidst the turbulence of events, the Muslim personality was being forged. Day by day, event by event, this personality matured, grew, and its features became clear. At the same time, the Muslim community composed of such individuals began to emerge into existence with its distinctive characteristics, its unique values, and its singular identity that set it apart from all other communities. The trials that befell this nascent community were often severe at times, reaching the intensity of a fiery ordeal. But these were trials like the smelting of gold, separating the pure essence from the dross, revealing the true nature and value of souls. Thus, the community ceased to be an indistinct mixture of unknown worth. The Quranic revelations descended during these moments of trial or in their aftermath, painting vivid portrayals of the events, shedding light on their nuances and corners. These revelations exposed intentions and emotions, motives and sentiments. They addressed hearts laid bare in the light, stripped of all veils and coverings, touching their most responsive and sensitive spots. Thus, day by day, event by event, these hearts were nurtured and shaped, their responses and reactions moulded according to the divine method. The Muslims were not left to receive the Qur'an as a mere collection of commands and prohibitions, laws and directives all at once. Rather, God subjected them to experiences and trials, tests and tribulations. For God knew that human nature cannot be forged properly, nor ripen correctly, nor become upright and steadfast upon the divine path, except through this type of experiential, real-world education. It is a method that etches lessons into hearts, engraves truths into nerves, and gives and takes from souls in the crucible of life and its struggles. The Quran, descending in tandem with these trials, illuminated for these hearts the meaning and significance of what was happening. It guided them while they were still molten, heated by the fire of tribulation, ready to be shaped and moulded. Indeed, those were astonishing times when the connection between heaven and earth was direct, manifest, and crystal clear in both events and words. During those days, every Muslim lived with the awareness that God's gaze was upon him, that God could hear his words, see his actions, even know his innermost thoughts and intentions. It was a time when a Muslim might wake up to find that a verse had been revealed concerning his private affairs, through the Quran brought down upon the Messenger of God, peace be upon him. Every Muslim felt the direct connection between himself and his sustainer. If he faced a difficulty or encountered a dilemma, he awaited the opening of the gates of heaven, perhaps the next day or the day after, for a solution to descend, a ruling to clarify, or a judgment to resolve. It was a time when God himself might address an individual by name. You, so-and-so, said this, did this, intended this, or revealed this. What an extraordinary and awe-inspiring matter this was. To have God Almighty, the sustainer of all creation, address a specific person directly on this tiny speck of earth in his vast dominion. Yet God did not rely solely on these feelings to nurture and mature the Muslim personality. He also subjected them to real-world experiences, trials that both gave and took. All of this was for a wisdom he alone knew, for he is the all-knowing creator, the subtle, the all-aware. This divine wisdom deserves deep reflection so we might understand it and contemplate it. We must face the trials and tests of life with an awareness of this wisdom, perceiving their purpose and significance. This passage from Surah Al-Ahzab dissects a major event in the history of the Islamic mission and the Muslim community, the Battle of the Confederates, Ahzab, in the 4th or 5th year after the Hijrah. It was a trial for this fledgling community, testing its values and beliefs. By studying this Quranic passage, its narrative style, its depiction of the event, its commentary, its focus on certain scenes and emotions, and its illumination of divine values and laws, we come to understand how God nurtured this ummah through both events and revelation simultaneously. To grasp the Quran's unique style in presentation and guidance, we must first recount this event as it is narrated in the books of Surah, biography of the Prophet, albeit briefly, so we may discern the difference between the way God narrates events and the way humans do. Muhammad ibn Ishaq narrated through his chain of transmission from a group of narrators that regarding the story of the trench, there were several men from among the Jews, including Salam ibn Abi al-Hukayk al-Nadri, Huyay ibn Akhtab al-Nadri, Kinana ibn Abi al-Hukayk al-Nadri, Huwada ibn Qais al-Wa'ili, and Abu Ammar al-Wa'ili, along with a group from Banu al-Nadir and some from Banu Wa'il. These were the men who incited the Confederates against the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. They set out until they arrived in Makkah to meet with the Quraysh, calling them to wage war against the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and saying to them, "We shall stand by you until we uproot him completely." The Quraysh replied, "O people of the scripture, you are the possessors of the first book and the knowledge of what we differ over with Muhammad. Tell us, is our religion better or his?" They said, "Your religion is better than his, and you are more rightly guided than him." Thus, concerning these Jews, God revealed, "Have you not seen those who have been given a portion of the book? They believe in sorcery and false gods and say of those who disbelieve, 'These are better guided on the way than those who have believed.'" Surah Al-Nisa 451. And continuing, "Or do they envy the people for what God has granted them out of his bounty? Indeed, we gave the family of Abraham the scripture, wisdom, and an immense kingdom. Yet some of them believed in it, and others turned away from it, and sufficient is hell as a blaze." Surah Al-Nisa 454-55. When the Jews said this to the Quraysh, they delighted in it and became eager to join the Jews in their call to wage war against the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and so they pledged to do so. Then these Jewish men went to Ghatafan from the tribe of Qais Gailan and invited them to wage war against the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, assuring them that they would support them in this endeavour, and that the Quraysh had already pledged their allegiance to the cause. Thus, Ghatafan also joined the alliance. The Quraysh set out with Abu Sufyan ibn Harb as their leader. Ghatafan also marched, led by Uyayna ibn Hisan of Banu Fazara, Al-Harith ibn Auf of Banu Murrah, and Misar ibn Ruqayla, along with those from his people who followed him from Ashya. When news of this reached the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and he learned of the united forces gathered against him, he ordered a trench to be dug around Medina. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, worked on it alongside the Muslims, labouring tirelessly. Yet some hypocrites lagged behind in this task, feigning weakness while secretly slipping away to their families, without the knowledge of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Among the believers, however, if a man needed to attend to an unavoidable matter, he would mention it to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and seek his permission. Once his need was fulfilled, he would return to continue working, motivated by goodness and seeking a reward from God. Concerning these believers, God revealed, "The believers are only those who truly believe in God and his messenger, and who, when they are with him on a matter requiring collective action, do not leave until they have asked his permission. Indeed, those who ask your permission are the ones who believe in God and his messenger. So, when they ask your permission for something of their own affairs, grant it to whomever you will among them, and ask forgiveness for them from God. Indeed, God is forgiving, merciful." Surah Al-Nur 24:62. As for the hypocrites who slipped away from the work without permission, God revealed, "Do not regard the summons of the messenger among you as being like a call to one another. God knows those of you who slip away, hiding behind others. So let those who oppose his command beware, lest a trial befall them or a painful punishment overtake them." Surah Al-Nur 24:63. When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, completed the digging of the trench, the Quraysh came and encamped at the confluence of the streams of rumour, with 10,000 of their allies, the Ahbash, and those from Banu Kinana and the people of Tihama. Ghatafan also arrived with their followers from Najd, camping at the side of Uhud, near Danab Nakhma. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and the Muslims went out until they stationed themselves with Mount Sal behind them, with 3,000 Muslims encamped there, and the trench lying between them and their enemies. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, ordered that the women and children be placed in the fortified towers. At this time the enemy of God, Huyai ibn Akhtab al-Nadri, went to Ka'b ibn Asad al-Quradi, the leader of Banu Qurayza, who had previously entered into a pact with the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Huyai continued to manipulate and deceive Ka'b with cunning words and assurances until Ka'b agreed to break his treaty with the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Huyai even pledged, "If Quraysh and Ghatafan withdraw without defeating Muhammad, I shall enter your fortress with you, so that whatever befalls you shall also befall me." Thus Ka'b violated his covenant and disavowed the pact he had made with the messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him. The trial grew severe and fear gripped the people. Their enemies came upon them from above and below, and the believers were overcome with doubts. Hypocrisy began to surface among some of the hypocrites until Mu'atib ibn Kushayr of Banu Amr ibn Auf said, "Muhammad promises us the treasures of Caesar and Chosroes, yet here we are, unable to go out even to relieve ourselves." Another, Aus ibn Qaidi of Banu Haritha, said, "O Messenger of God, our houses are exposed to the enemy. Grant us permission to return to our homes, for they lie outside of Medina." The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, remained steadfast, and so did the Muslims, enduring the siege for over 20 nights, nearly a month. There was no direct battle between them, except for exchanges of arrows and the continued blockade. When the trial became overwhelming, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, sent word to Uyayna ibn Hisn and Al-Harith ibn Auf, the leaders of Ghatafan, offering them a third of the produce of Medina in exchange for their withdrawal along with their forces. The two leaders agreed, and the terms of a truce were drafted, though the agreement was not finalized. Before completing the agreement, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, consulted Sa'd ibn Mu'ad, the leader of the Aws, and Sa'd ibn Ubadah, the leader of the Khazraj. He asked them, "Is this something you would approve of, or is it something God has commanded me to do, and thus I must obey, or is it merely something I am doing for your sake?" They replied, "O Messenger of God, is this something you wish to do, or is it a command from God that we must follow?" He said, "It is something I am doing for your sake. By God, I am only doing this because I see that the Arabs have united against you, striking you from a single bow, and I wish to break their strength." Sa'd ibn Mu'ad responded, "O Messenger of God, we and these people were once polytheists, worshipping idols, and they had no hope of eating even a single fruit from us, except as guests or through purchase. Now that God has honoured us with Islam, guided us to it, and strengthened us through you, shall we give them our wealth? By God, we shall give them nothing but the sword until God decides between us and them." The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "You are free to decide." Saad then took the draft of the treaty and erased its contents, saying, "Let them strive against us as they will." The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions remained as described in the Qur'an, enduring fear and hardship as their enemies surrounded them from above and below. Then it was that Nu'aym ibn Masud ibn Amir from the tribe of Ghatafan came to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and said, "O messenger of God, I have embraced Islam, yet my people remain unaware of my faith. Command me, therefore, to do as you will." The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, responded, "You are but one man among us. If you are able, sow discord among our enemies, for indeed war is but a deception." And so Nu'aym acted upon this counsel until he succeeded in undermining the trust that existed between the Confederates and the tribe of Banu Qurayza, a long, intricate account preserved in the chronicles of the prophetic biography, though we shall abbreviate it here for fear of excessive detail. Thus did God sow discord among them, and then he sent against them a bitterly cold, stormy wind on a freezing night, overturning their cooking pots and scattering their tents and shelters, whether for cooking, rest, or warmth. When the disarray of the Confederates was conveyed to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, along with the news of their disbandment, he summoned Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman and dispatched him to observe the state of the enemy by night. Ibn Ishaq relates on the authority of Zayd ibn Ziyad from Muhammad ibn Ka'b al-Quradi that a man from Kufa once asked Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman, "O Abu Abd God, did you truly see the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and accompany him?" Hudayfa replied, "Indeed, my young nephew, I did." The man then asked, "And how were you with him?" Hudayfa answered, "By God, we strove with might and main." The man responded, "By God, had I been there, I would not have permitted him to walk upon the earth. Rather, I would have carried him upon my shoulders." At this, Hudayfa said, "O my young nephew, by God, I remember us with the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on the night of the trench. The messenger prayed part of the night, then turned toward us and said, 'Who will rise and go forth to observe what the enemy is doing, and then return to us? I will pray to God that he be my companion in paradise.' But not a single man among us rose, so intense was our fear, our hunger, and the piercing cold. When no one stood, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, called me by name. And when he called me, I had no choice but to respond. The messenger said to me, 'O Hudayfa, go forth, enter their camp, observe what they do, and return to us, but do not cause any commotion until you have returned.' So I went forth, entering their camp, while the wind and the hosts of God were wreaking havoc upon them, overturning their cooking pots, extinguishing their fires, and toppling their shelters. Then Abu Sufyan rose and addressed the Quraysh, 'O company of Quraysh, let each man look to his companion.' Hudayfa continued, 'I seized the man beside me and asked, 'Who are you?' He replied, giving his name. Then Abu Sufyan said, 'O company of Quraysh, by God, this is no place for us to remain. Our horses and camels have perished. Banu Qurayza have betrayed us, and we have received from them that which we detest. Moreover, this wind has struck us with what you see. Our pots will not stay upright, our fires will not stay lit, and our shelters will not hold firm. Depart, for I too am departing.' He then went to his camel, which was tied, mounted it, and struck it so that it leapt to its feet. By God, had it not been for the covenant of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, that I should not stir anything until I returned to him, I would have struck him down with an arrow." Hudayfa continued, "I returned to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, who was standing in prayer, wrapped in a cloak belonging to one of his wives, adorned with the embroidery of Yemen. When he saw me, he drew me close to him, placing me at his feet and covering me with the edge of the cloak. Then, as he bowed and prostrated, I remained there until he completed his prayer. When he finished, I conveyed to him all that had happened. When Ghatafan heard of the Quraysh's retreat, they too abandoned their positions, and return to their lands. The Quranic narrative, in its infinite subtlety, often omits the names of individuals and the specificities of events, seeking instead to portray archetypes of human character and patterns of behavior. It forgoes the minutiae of incidents and the particulars of circumstances to illuminate the enduring values and universal laws that govern human life, values and laws that neither fade with the passage of time nor dissolve with the departure of individuals. In this way, the Quran establishes principles and examples for every generation and every community. At the same time, the Quran binds actions and events to the supreme decree of God, whose will governs all things and whose subtle plan unfolds across the tapestry of existence. It reveals the omnipotent hand of God, guiding events and individuals alike, and pauses at every stage of the unfolding narrative to offer counsel and reflection, anchoring the immediate to the eternal. Remarkably, even as the Quran recounts events to those who lived through them and witnessed their unfolding with their own eyes, it enriches their understanding by unveiling dimensions they had not perceived, though they were themselves the protagonists of those very events. The Quran sheds light on the hidden recesses of the soul, the inclinations of the heart, and the secret thoughts buried deep within. It brings to light the concealed intentions, the unspoken motives, and the uncharted emotions that reside in the depths of human consciousness. To this it adds the beauty and power of its vivid imagery, its piercing irony, and its scornful portrayal of cowardice, fear, hypocrisy, and the twisted nature of certain dispositions, contrasted with the sublime majesty of its depiction of faith, courage, patience, and unshakable trust in God within the hearts of the believers. The Quranic text is thus not merely a record for those who experienced the events it describes, but a guide for action in every age and every context. It is designed to stir the human soul, to awaken it to the eternal truths embedded in the narrative, and to inspire it to act with purpose and conviction whenever similar circumstances arise, whether in the distant echoes of history or the immediacy of the present. Indeed, the Quranic text cannot be fully understood except by those who face circumstances akin to those in which it was first revealed. It is in such moments that its profound meanings are unlocked and hearts are opened to grasp its deeper truths. In these moments, the Quranic words cease to be mere lines on a page. They transform into living forces, surging with vitality, driving human action and infusing life with purpose. The events it recounts rise from the page and take on a life of their own, inspiring action in the realm of existence and the depths of the soul. The Quran is not a book to be recited or studied for intellectual enrichment alone. It is a reservoir of dynamic energy, a wellspring of inspiration that renews itself in every situation and event. Its verses are ever ready to act, whenever a heart responds to their call and a circumstance arises that unleashes the latent power within its miraculous words. A person may read a Quranic verse hundreds of times without fully grasping its depths until they find themselves in the very situation it describes, or face challenges akin to those it addresses. In such moments, the Quranic text reveals itself anew, offering insights never before perceived, answering questions that perplex the soul, resolving dilemmas that confound the mind, and illuminating paths that seemed hidden. It grants the heart a certainty that dispels doubt and a peace that transcends all fear. And this quality, this miraculous ability to speak anew to every age and every soul, belongs to the Quran alone, unparalleled in the annals of human history. The Quranic account of the Battle of the Confederates begins by reminding the believers of God's grace upon them, how he turned back the army that had sought to annihilate them through his subtle plan and unfailing aid. The opening verse encapsulates the essence of the incident, its beginning and its end, before delving into the details so as to highlight the grace of God and invite the believers to remember it. It shows that the same God who commands the believers to follow his guidance, trust in him alone, and resist the influence of disbelievers and hypocrites, is also the one who defends those who uphold his cause against the schemes of their enemies. O you who have attained to faith! Remember the grace of God upon you when hosts came against you, and we sent against them a wind and hosts that you could not see. And God sees all that you do. And thus, in this opening summary, the Qur'an encapsulates the onset and conclusion of the battle, along with the decisive elements within it: the arrival of the enemy forces, the sending of God's wind and unseen hosts, and the victory granted by God, who knows well the deeds of his servants and watches over them with his all-seeing eye. Then, after presenting this summary, the text goes into detail and vivid imagery. When they came upon you from above you and from below you, and when eyes grew dim and hearts reached up to the throats, and you began to harbour doubts about God. There and then were the believers tried, and they were shaken with a mighty shaking. And remember when the hypocrites and those in whose hearts is disease said, God and his messenger promised us nothing but delusions. And when a group among them said, O people of Yathrib, you cannot withstand the enemy here, so turn back. And a group of them even asked leave of the prophet, saying, Truly, our homes are exposed to danger, whereas they were not exposed. They wanted nothing but to flee. It is an image of dread that gripped the city, a calamity that engulfed its people and spared none of them. The polytheists of Quraysh, the tribes of Ghatafan, and the Jews of Banu Qurayza had closed in upon it from every side, above and below, surrounding it completely. The anguish and terror were felt equally in every heart. What differed was how those hearts responded, their thoughts of God in that moment, their conduct under duress, and their perception of values, causes, and outcomes. Thus, the trial was complete, the test was exacting, and the distinction between true believers and hypocrites became clear, leaving no room for doubt. As we reflect upon this, we can see the entire scene with all its features, its emotions, its tremors, and its movements, vividly brought to life before us, as if we are witnessing it through the lens of this brief yet profound text. We first observe the scene from the outside, when they came upon you from above you and from below you. Then we look inward and see its effects on the souls, and when eyes grew dim and hearts reached up to the throats. This is a graphic depiction of fear, anguish, and distress, portrayed through the features of faces and the movements of hearts, and you began to harbour doubts about God. The nature of these doubts is not detailed, leaving them open-ended to portray the state of confusion and inner turmoil, the divergence of thoughts and feelings in the hearts of those exposed to such a trial. The scene grows even more vivid, and the terror becomes more pronounced. There and then were the believers tried, and they were shaken with a mighty shaking. The kind of terror that causes even the believers to be shaken must indeed be an overwhelming and dreadful one. Muhammad ibn Maslama and others said, Our nights by the trench were as bright as day. The polytheists took turns to press upon us. Abu Sufyan ibn Harb would advance with his men one day, Khalid ibn al-Walid another, Amr ibn al-As another, Hubayra ibn Abi Wab another, Ikrimah ibn Abi Jahl another, and Dirar ibn al-Khattab yet another, until the calamity became great and fear overtook the people with a terrifying intensity. The state of the Muslims during this time is depicted in what al-Makrizi recounts in Imta al-Asma. The polytheists arrived at dawn, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, arrayed his companions. They fought from morning until late into the night. Neither the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, nor any of the Muslims could leave their positions. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was unable to pray the midday prayer, the afternoon prayer, the sunset prayer, or the night prayer. His companions came to him saying, O messenger of God, we have not prayed. He replied, By God, neither have I. Then God dispersed the polytheists, and both parties returned to their places. Asid ibn Hudayr stood with 200 men on the edge of the trench. A cavalry unit of the polytheists, led by Khalid ibn al-Walid, advanced, seeking to find a weak spot. They skirmished for a while, and Washi threw his spear at Al-Tufail ibn al-Numan ibn Kansa, killing him just as he had killed Hamza, may God be pleased with him, at Uhud. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said on that day, The polytheists have distracted us from the middle prayer, the afternoon prayer. May God fill their bellies and their hearts with fire. Later, Two detachments of Muslims went out at night and inadvertently clashed with each other, each mistaking the other for the enemy. They fought, causing injuries and deaths among themselves, until they recognized one another by calling out the Islamic slogan, Hamim la yunsarun, Hamim, they shall not be victorious. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Your wounds are in the path of God, and whoever among you is killed is a martyr. The greatest trial faced by the Muslims as they were besieged by the polytheists within the trench came from the treachery of Banu Qurayza behind them. They could not rest at any moment, fearing that the polytheists might break through the trench while the Jews of Banu Qurayza would strike them from behind. They were a small band, surrounded by vast forces intent on their annihilation in what was meant to be a decisive final battle. On top of this came the scheming of the hypocrites and the agitators within Medina itself. And remember when the hypocrites and those in whose hearts is disease said, God and his messenger promised us nothing but delusions. These individuals seized upon the crushing hardship and suffocating distress as an opportunity to reveal the corruption of their souls, feeling assured that no one would rebuke them. They sought to weaken the believers, spread despair, and cast doubt on God's promise and the promise of his messenger. The apparent reality seemed to validate their defeatist and skeptical claims. These hypocrites were consistent with their own inner selves and emotions. The terror stripped away the thin veneer of pretense, exposing their true nature. They voiced their thoughts openly, without restraint or affectation. Such hypocrites and agitators exist in every community, and their response to crises mirrors that of their counterparts in this narrative. They are a recurring archetype in human history. And when a group among them said, O people of Yathrib, you cannot withstand the enemy here, so turn back. They sought to incite the people of Medina to abandon their positions and retreat to their homes under the pretext that their stand at the trench was futile and that their houses were vulnerable to attack. This was a malicious call, exploiting the weak spot in human nature, the fear for one's family and children. The danger was real, the terror overwhelming, and the thoughts wavering and unstable. And a group of them even asked leave of the Prophet, saying, Truly, our homes are exposed to danger. They sought permission, claiming that their houses were exposed and unprotected. Here the Qur'an lays bare the truth and strips them of their excuses. Whereas they were not exposed, they wanted nothing but to flee. It exposes their lies, cowardice and desire to escape. It is narrated that the Banu Haritha sent Aus ibn Qaidi to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saying, Our homes are exposed, there is no neighbourhood of the Ansar like ours. There is no one between us and Ghatafan to shield us from them. Permit us to return to our homes to guard our women and children. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, granted them permission. When Sa'd ibn Mu'adh heard of this, he said, O Messenger of God, do not allow them. By God, whenever hardship strikes us and them, they act this way. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, revoked his permission and told them to stay. Thus, those whom the Qur'an addresses with the words, they wanted nothing but to flee, were exposed and condemned. The narrative pauses at this artistic depiction of confusion, fear and evasion, painting a psychological portrait of the hypocrites and those whose hearts were diseased. It reveals their inner weakness of faith, the fragility of their hearts, and their readiness to abandon the ranks at the first encounter with adversity without regard for appearances or honour. And if the enemy had entered upon them from all sides, and they had been asked to commit sedition, they would have done so, and would not have hesitated except a little. Such was their state while the enemy was still outside Medina and had not yet breached its defences. Despite the terror and distress, the danger was still anticipated rather than actual. But had the enemy stormed Medina and demanded that they renounce their faith, they would have complied swiftly and without hesitation except for a brief moment, or except for a small remnant among them who might have hesitated slightly before succumbing. This reveals the frailty of their faith and the overwhelming cowardice that left them powerless to resist. Thus does the Qur'an expose them, leaving their souls bare of every veil, and then brands them with the breaking of covenants and the betrayal of promises with whom? With God, whom they had once pledged to uphold a covenant far removed from such treachery, only to fail in fulfilling their promise to him. For indeed they had vowed unto God aforetime never to turn their backs in flight, and a vow made unto God must surely be answered for. Ibn Hisham, quoting Ibn Ishaq in his Sirah, relates that these were the Banu Haritha, who had once resolved to falter on the day of Uhud, alongside the Banu Salama, when both tribes had contemplated retreat in cowardice. But they later made a solemn pledge to God never to repeat such weakness. And so, the Qur'an reminds them of the promise they had made. On the day of Uhud, God, in his mercy and care, rescued them, steadied their hearts, and safeguarded them from the consequences of failure. That day became a lesson in the early stages of their training for jihad. But now, after the passage of time and the maturing of their experience, the Qur'an confronts them with unrelenting severity, holding them to account for their broken covenant, a covenant they sought to abandon in pursuit of safety from danger and solace from fear. At this juncture, as they stand exposed in their breach of faith, seeking to escape the peril and terror surrounding them, the Qur'an proclaims one of its timeless truths and corrects the distorted perception that leads them to betrayal and flight. Say, flight will be of no avail to you if you flee from death or killing, for if you do, you will enjoy this life, but for a little while. Say, who is it that could shield you from God if he wills harm to befall you, or who could withhold his mercy if he wills to show you grace? For they will find for themselves neither protector nor helper apart from God. God's decree reigns supreme over all events and destinies, guiding them along the path he has ordained, bringing them to their inevitable conclusion. Death or killing is an inescapable destiny, arriving at its appointed time neither a moment sooner nor a moment later. Fleeing will not stave off the inevitable for those who attempt to escape it. If they flee, they will meet their predestined end at its decreed time, which is always near. Every moment in this world is brief, and every enjoyment within it is fleeting. There is no refuge from God, no power that can thwart his will, whether he wills harm or bestows mercy. They have no guardian, no helper, no saviour apart from him. Thus the only course is surrender, utter surrender to God. Obedience, complete obedience, loyalty, unwavering loyalty in fulfilling one's covenant with God in both ease and hardship, and to entrust all affairs to him with perfect reliance. For then God will do as he wills. The Quran then turns to affirm God's knowledge of the hypocrites, those who shirk their responsibility for jihad and seek to dissuade others from joining the struggle. These are the ones who say to their brethren, "Come over to us," while they themselves approach the battlefield sparingly, if at all. The Quran masterfully paints their psychological portrait, one so vivid and true that it evokes both laughter and scorn. It is an image of cowardice and retreat, panic and dread in moments of crisis, contrasted with boastfulness and sharp-tongued bravado in times of ease. It is an image of avarice and selfishness, unwilling to expend effort or sacrifice in the cause of good, coupled with anxiety and turmoil at even the distant prospect of danger. God indeed knows the ones who seek to hold others back from striving in God's cause, and those who say to their brethren, "Come over to us," while they themselves hardly ever take part in battle. Miserly towards you are they, and when fear comes, you see them looking at you, their eyes rolling in terror, like someone fainting at the approach of death. But when the fear is gone, they lash out at you with sharp tongues, miserly in their greed for any share in the spoils. Such as these have never truly believed, and so God has caused their deeds to come to naught, and this is easy for God. The text begins by affirming God's complete and certain knowledge of these hypocrites who aim to sow doubt and weaken the resolve of the Muslim community. They call their brethren to sit idle, to avoid the battlefield, and to abstain from any meaningful participation in the struggle. They rarely engage in battle themselves, and even when they do, it is with the barest commitment. Their schemes are fully exposed to God's knowledge, and their plotting is revealed for what it is. Then the miraculous pen of the Quran begins to sketch their traits with a mastery that defies emulation. Miserly towards you. In their hearts there is a stinginess toward the believers, a stinginess with effort, with wealth, and even with their emotions and sentiments. And when fear comes, you see them looking at you, their eyes rolling in terror, like someone fainting at the approach of death. What a vivid, dynamic image! It captures their state with such precision and clarity, portraying their physical expressions and movements. It is, at the same time, deeply humorous, evoking ridicule and scorn for such trembling cowards whose very limbs and features betray their abject fear. But the Quran's portrayal grows even more striking after the fear subsides and security replaces danger. But when the fear is gone, they lash out at you with sharp tongues. These same cowards now emerge from their hiding places, their voices raised after their trembling silence, their veins swollen with pretentious pride. They puff themselves up, boast of their bravery, and make grand claims of valor and sacrifice, all without merit or truth. Miserly in their greed for any share in the spoils, despite all their claims, they remain utterly stingy, unwilling to contribute their wealth, energy, or even their lives to the cause of goodness and the welfare of others. Yet they are quick to demand their share of the rewards, all while boasting endlessly. This type of hypocrite is not confined to a single time or place. It is a recurring archetype, present in every generation and every community. Bold and outspoken in times of ease and comfort, they cower in silence and retreat in times of difficulty and fear. Miserly and selfish, they contribute nothing of value to the cause of good, yet their sharp tongues are always ready to attack those who do. Such as these have never truly believed, and so God has caused their deeds to come to naught, and this is easy for God. This is the root cause of their failure. Their hearts have never been illuminated by the joy of faith, nor guided by its light, nor committed to its path. Thus God has rendered their deeds futile. For the essential ingredient of success, true faith, is absent. And this is easy for God. Nothing is difficult for God, His will is always done. As for the day of the Confederates, the Quran continues to depict these hypocrites in a manner that is both pitiful and laughable. They think that the enemy Confederates have not yet withdrawn. Even after the enemy has retreated, they remain paralyzed by fear, unable to believe that the danger has passed and that safety has returned. And if the Confederates were to come again, they would wish to be out in the desert with the Bedouins, asking for news about you from afar. What a scornful, ridiculing image. These cowards would prefer to be far away from Medina, living among the Bedouins, disconnected from the city's fate. They would rather be strangers, ignorant of its struggles, and merely inquiring from a distance about its affairs. Such is their desperate wish to avoid any risk or hardship, to separate themselves entirely from the community's trials and tribulations. But even if they were among you, they would hardly fight, except for a little. Even if they remained within the ranks of the believers, they would contribute almost nothing to the struggle, engaging reluctantly and minimally, if at all. Thus, the Quran concludes its depiction of this despicable type, who lived among the nascent Muslim community in Medina, but continues to appear in every era and every group, bearing the same traits and characteristics. The image lingers in the mind, leaving behind a deep sense of contempt for such individuals, a desire to distance oneself from them, and a recognition of their worthlessness in the sight of both God and man. Such was the state of the hypocrites, those in whose hearts was disease, and the agitators who spread fear and doubt within the ranks. Their image was one of utter disgrace, a reflection of their base nature. Yet amidst the terror, the anguish, the hardship, and the suffocating anxiety, not all people were reduced to this wretched state. There was, in contrast, a radiant image amidst the darkness, calm amidst the tremors, steadfast in reliance on God, content with His decree, and certain of His ultimate victory, despite the waves of fear, turmoil, and confusion. The narrative begins this luminous image with the person of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Indeed, in the Messenger of God you have an excellent example for whoever has hope in God and the last day, and remembers God often. Even amidst the terrifying ordeal, the exhausting hardship, and the overwhelming dread, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was a beacon of safety for the believers, a source of confidence, hope, and reassurance. Reflecting on his stance during this monumental event provides a model for the leaders of communities and movements, a lesson in how to guide and inspire. In him is a noble example for those who yearn for God and the day of judgment, whose hearts seek an upright model to emulate, and who remember God unceasingly. It is fitting to glimpse a few scenes from this stance as an example, though we cannot delve into its details here. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, joined the Muslims in digging the trench. He struck the earth with a pickaxe, shoveled dirt with a spade and carried soil in a basket. As the workers recited chants to encourage themselves in their labour, he raised his voice to join them. They sang simple verses inspired by the unfolding events. Among them was a man named Ju'ail, whose name the Prophet, peace be upon him, disliked, so he renamed him Amma. The workers then began to sing together this unrefined chant. He named Ju'ail thereafter Amma, and for the wretched it became a day of strength. Whenever they reached the word Amma in their chant, the messenger of God, peace be upon him, would echo Amma, and when they sang strength, he would repeat strength. Imagine the atmosphere in which the Muslims toiled, with the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, among them, striking with the pickaxe, shoveling with the spade, carrying soil in the basket, and joining in their chants. Picture the boundless energy this scene must have released within their spirits, the fountainhead of satisfaction, enthusiasm, trust and pride it must have sparked in their hearts. Among those carrying soil was Zayd ibn Thabit, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, remarked, "What an excellent young man he is." Overcome with exhaustion, Zayd fell asleep in the trench. The cold was bitter, and while he slept, Umara ibn Hazm took his weapon without him noticing. When he awoke in alarm, the messenger of God, peace be upon him, teased him gently. "O Abu Rukad, father of sleep, you slept until your weapon was taken." He then asked, "Who has this young man's weapon?" Umara replied, "O messenger of God, it is with me." The Prophet said, "Return it to him." And he forbade causing alarm or taking a Muslim's belongings in jest. This incident illustrates the Prophet's constant vigilance, his care for everyone in the ranks, whether young or old. It also reveals his tender and noble sense of humour. "O Abu Rukad, you slept until your weapon was taken." It paints a vivid picture of the environment in which the Muslims lived under the Prophet's care, even in the most critical of circumstances. The Prophet's spirit, peace and blessings be upon him, looked beyond the present fear, glimpsing victory from afar and perceiving it as though it were before his very eyes. He would share these visions with his followers, instilling in them confidence and certainty. Ibn Ishaq relates, as narrated by Salman al-Farsi, "I was digging on one side of the trench, and a large rock proved too difficult for me. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was nearby. When he saw me struggling, he came down, took the pickaxe from my hands and struck the rock. A flash of light gleamed from under the pickaxe. He struck it a second time, and another flash appeared. Then he struck it a third time, and yet another flash shone forth. I said, 'May my father and mother be ransomed for you, O messenger of God. What was that light I saw under your pickaxe?' He replied, 'Did you see it, O Salman?' I said, 'Yes.' He said, 'As for the first flash, God opened for me the lands of Yemen. As for the second, God opened for me the lands of Greater Syria and the Maghreb. And as for the third, God opened for me the lands of the East.'" In Imta al-Asma by al-Makrizi, it is mentioned that this incident occurred in the presence of Umar ibn al-Khattab, with Salman also present. May God be pleased with them both. Imagine how such words must have struck their hearts, surrounded as they were by imminent danger. Another radiant image is that of Hudayfa, returning from his mission to gather intelligence on the Allied forces. The biting cold had gripped him, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was standing in prayer, wrapped in a garment belonging to one of his wives. While in communion with his sustainer, he noticed Hudayfa shivering violently. Without interrupting his prayer, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, took Hudayfa between his legs and covered him with the edge of the garment to warm him with tender care. He continued his prayer until its conclusion, after which Hudayfa informed him of what he had seen, delivering the glad tidings that the Prophet's heart already knew. As for the prophet's courage amidst the peril, his steadfastness and absolute certainty in God's promise, these are evident throughout the entire story and require no elaboration, for they are well established and widely known. Indeed, as God Almighty has said, "Indeed, in the messenger of God, you have an excellent example for whoever has hope in God and the last day, and remembers God often." Next, we are presented with the image of unwavering faith and the luminous example of the believers shining brightly in the face of peril, confronting danger head-on. This danger shook the hearts of the faithful, yet they transformed this trembling into a spring of tranquility, trust, glad tidings, and certainty. And when the believers saw the Confederates, they said, "This is what God and his messenger had promised us," and God and his messenger spoke the truth. And it only increased them in faith and submission. The enormity of the threat faced by the Muslims during this event was staggering, the distress overwhelming, the terror so intense that it shook them to their very core, as the truest of words describes. There the believers were tested, and they were shaken with a severe shaking. They were but human beings, and human beings have their limits. God does not burden them beyond their capacity. Despite their trust in God's ultimate victory and the prophet's glad tidings of triumph not only in this battle, but in the conquests of Yemen, Greater Syria, the Maghreb and the East, the imminent danger before them caused their hearts to quake, their breaths to grow heavy, and their spirits to strain. This state is vividly illustrated in the story of Hudhaifa, as the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sensed the condition of his companions, perceiving their inner fears. He said, "Who will rise and go to see what the enemy is doing, then return? I shall ask God to make him my companion in paradise." Despite the guarantee of safety upon returning and the promise of companionship with the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him in paradise, none stepped forward. Finally, when Hudhaifa was called by name, he said, "There was no choice but to rise when he called me." Truly, such hesitation could only occur at the peak of the earthquake that shook their hearts. But alongside the quaking of the earth, the straying of eyes, and the choking of breath, there was also, amidst all of this, an unbroken bond with God, a consciousness that never strayed from the laws of God, a faith that never wavered in the constancy of these laws, and a firm conviction that their ends would inevitably follow their beginnings. Thus, the believers turned their trembling hearts into a reason to await victory, for they had believed in the words of God, the Most High, who had said before, "Do you think that you will enter paradise without having endured the like of what befell those who came before you? Misfortune and hardship befell them, and they were shaken to their very core, until even the messenger and those who believed with him cried out, 'When will God's help come? Behold, truly God's help is near.'" And here they were, trembling and shaken, but the help of God then was indeed near. And so they said, "This is what God and his messenger have promised us, and God and his messenger have spoken the truth." And this did not increase them except in faith and submission. This is what God and his messenger have promised us. This terror, this anguish, this quaking, this tightening of hearts, this is the very promise of victory. For the promise of God must come to pass, and God and his messenger have spoken the truth in their signs and in their meanings. Thus, their hearts found reassurance in the promise of God and his help. And it did not increase them except in faith and submission. Indeed, they were human beings, unable to escape the feelings of human nature or the frailties of the human condition. And they were never required to transcend the bounds of their humanity, nor to step outside the framework of the human race. They were not asked to become angels or devils, beasts or stones. They were but human beings who would feel fear, grow distressed in hardship, and tremble before dangers that surpassed their strength. Yet they were, at the same time, bound to the unbreakable bond that tied them to God, a bond that prevented them from falling, renewed their hope, and shielded them from despair. And so they became a unique model in the history of humanity, the like of which had never been seen before. We must understand this if we are to grasp the singularity of their example in the history of the ages. We must comprehend that they were human beings who never abandoned their human nature, with all its strengths and weaknesses. Yet the source of their distinction lay in their ascent within this very humanity to the highest peak attainable by humankind, the preservation of their human qualities on earth while holding fast to the bond with the heavens. Whenever we find ourselves faltering in weakness, or trembling in fear, or distressed by calamity, or overwhelmed by hardship, we must not despair of ourselves, nor panic and assume that we are doomed, or that we are no longer fit for greatness. At the same time, however, we must not justify our weakness simply because it is an inherent part of our human nature, nor insist upon it because it has also occurred to those better than us. Here, then, lies the unbreakable bond, the bond with the heavens. We must cling to it so that we may rise from our fall, restore our confidence and serenity, and transform the tremors of trial into a herald of victory. Thus we shall stand firm and steady, grow strong and assured, and continue steadfastly along the path. This is the balance that shaped that unique model in the early days of Islam, the model of which the Qur'an bears witness in its accounts of their past deeds, their noble struggles, and their steadfastness in their covenant with God. Among them were those who fulfilled their vow and met their end, and among them were those who awaited their meeting with God. Among the believers are men who have been true to their covenant with God. Some of them have fulfilled their vow, and others await their turn, and they have not wavered in their resolve. This stands in stark contrast to the ignoble model of those who had vowed to God that they would never turn away, yet failed to fulfill their covenant with him. For indeed, the covenant with God is a grave responsibility. It is related in the Musnad of Imam Ahmad, with an authentic chain of transmission, that Thabit said, "My uncle Anas ibn al-Nadur, may God be pleased with him after whom I was named, did not witness the battle of Badr with the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. This grieved him deeply, and he said, 'The first battle that the messenger of God fought and I was absent. By God, if God grants me the opportunity to witness another battle with the messenger of God, he shall see what I shall do.'" He refrained from saying anything more. Then he joined the messenger of God on the day of Uhud. There he met Sa'd ibn Mu'ad and said to him, "O Abu Amr, by God, the fragrance of paradise is wafting to me from beyond Uhud." He then fought valiantly until he was martyred. His body was found with over 80 wounds from swords, spears, and arrows. His sister, my aunt Al-Rubayy bint al-Nadir, said, "I could not recognize my brother except by his fingertips." It was then that this verse was revealed. Among the believers are men who have been true to their covenant with God, and they believed that it was revealed about him and his companions. May God be pleased with them all. This narration is also reported by Muslim al-Tirmidhi and al-Nasa'i through the narration of Sulaiman ibn al-Mughira. This luminous image of the believers is presented here to complete the picture of faith, in contrast to the image of hypocrisy, weakness, and covenant breaking exhibited by the other party. Thus, the comparison is drawn within the framework of divine education through the unfolding of events and through the Qur'an. The narrative is then accompanied by an explanation of the wisdom behind trials and the consequences of betrayal and fidelity, surrendering the matter entirely to the will of God, so that God may reward the truthful for their truthfulness and punish the hypocrites if he wills or turn to them in mercy. For indeed, God is all-forgiving, most merciful. Such reflections intersperse the depiction of events and scenes, returning all matters to God and unveiling the wisdom behind occurrences. Nothing happens randomly or by coincidence. Rather, all unfolds according to a determined wisdom and deliberate purpose, culminating in what God has willed as the final outcomes. Within these events, the mercy of God is manifest to his servants, for his forgiveness and mercy are ever near and boundless. Indeed, God is all-forgiving, most merciful. The narrative concludes with the aftermath of this momentous event, affirming the truth of the believers' trust in their sustainer, the delusion of the hypocrites and the alarmists, and the error of their assumptions. Thus, the values of faith are reaffirmed through the reality of the outcome, and God repelled those who disbelieved in their rage, having achieved no good. and God sufficed the believers in battle, for God is all-powerful, almighty. The battle began, progressed, and concluded, all while the reins of its unfolding remained firmly in the hand of God, who directed its course as he willed. The Quranic narrative establishes this truth by ascribing all events and consequences directly to God, affirming this reality in the hearts of the believers and clarifying the proper Islamic perspective. Yet the defeat suffered by the polytheists of Quraysh and Ghatafan was not theirs alone. It extended as well to their allies among the Jews of Banu Qurayza. And he brought down from their strongholds those from among the people of the book who supported them, and cast terror into their hearts. You slew some of them and took others captive. And he made you heirs to their lands, their homes, their wealth, and a land you had not trodden before. And God has power over all things. The story of the Jews' dealings with the Muslims requires some clarification. The Jews of Medina had only maintained a truce with Islam for a brief period after its advent. When the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, first arrived in Medina, he established a treaty with them, guaranteeing mutual protection and security, provided that they refrained from treachery, harm, espionage, or aiding enemies. But it was not long before the Jews sensed the threat posed by this new faith to their traditional status as the people of the book. They had long enjoyed a position of esteem among the people of Yathrib due to this distinction. Moreover, they perceived a danger in the new social order that Islam was bringing to the community under the leadership of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Prior to Islam, they had exploited the discord between the Aws and Khazraj to maintain their dominance over Medina. But when Islam united the Aws and Khazraj under the leadership of their noble prophet, the Jews no longer found the turbulent waters in which they had once fished. The final blow to their position came when their scholar and leader Abdullah ibn Salam embraced Islam. God had opened his heart to the faith, and he, in turn, called upon his household to accept it. However, fearing the response of his people, he asked the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to inquire about him before revealing his conversion. They praised him, saying, "He is our master, the son of our master, our scholar, and our leader." But when Abdullah ibn Salam emerged and invited them to believe as he had believed, they fell upon him with insults, speaking evil of him and warning their tribes against him. From that day, the Jews felt the real and imminent threat Islam posed to their religious and political existence. And so they resolved to wage an unrelenting war against Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. From that day, the war began, a war that has not ceased even to this day. At first it took the form of a Cold War, as we might call it in contemporary terms, a campaign of propaganda against Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and against Islam. They employed various tactics, sowing doubt about the Prophet's message, spreading suspicions about the new faith, and attempting to incite discord among the Muslims. They sought to reignite hostilities between the Aws and Khazraj at times, and between the Ansar and the Muhajirun at others. They resorted to espionage on behalf of the enemies of Islam and established alliances with hypocrites who outwardly professed Islam while secretly sowing division among the believers. Finally, they cast off all pretense and openly conspired against the Muslims, as seen in the events of the Battle of the Confederates, Ahzab. The most prominent Jewish tribes at the time were Banu Qaynuqa, Banu al-Nadir, and Banu Qurayza, each of whom had their own dealings with the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the Muslim community. As for Banu Qaynuqa, the bravest among the Jews, they harboured resentment toward the Muslims after their victory at Badr. They began provoking the Muslims and violating their treaty, fearing that Muhammad's growing power would soon render them incapable of opposing him after his triumph over Quraysh in their first encounter. Ibn Hisham, in his Surah through the narration of Ibn Ishaq, recounted what befell them, saying, "It was regarding the Banu Qaynuqa that the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, gathered them in their marketplace and addressed them, saying, 'O assembly of Jews, beware of God's retribution, like that which befell the Quraysh. Submit yourselves to Islam, for you know well that I am a prophet sent unto you. Find this in your book and in the covenant of God with you.'" But they replied, "O Muhammad, you imagine that we are like your people. Do not be deceived by the fact that you encountered a people unskilled in war, and thus you seized an opportunity against them. By God, if you wage war against us, you will surely know that we are the true masters of war." And Ibn Hisham, through the narration of Abdullah ibn Jafar, further related, "It was from the matter of the Banu Kainuka that a woman of the Arabs came to their marketplace with her goods of milk and sat near a goldsmith. They sought to unveil her face, but she refused. Then the goldsmith tied the hem of her garment to her back. When she stood, her private parts were exposed, and they laughed at her. She screamed, and a Muslim man leapt upon the goldsmith and killed him, for he was a Jew, whereupon the Jews descended upon the Muslim and killed him. The family of the Muslim then called upon the Muslims for aid against the Jews, and so the Muslims were enraged, and the strife between the Muslims and the Banu Kainuka broke out. Ibn Ishaq continued the account, saying, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, laid siege to them until they surrendered to his judgment. Then stood Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, when God had given his messenger power over them, and said, 'O Muhammad, be gracious to my allies,' for they were allies of the Khazraj. But the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, delayed his response. Abdullah said again, 'O Muhammad, be gracious to my allies,' but the Prophet turned away from him. Abdullah then placed his hand inside the collar of the Prophet's armour, whereupon the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Release me!' And the messenger of God's face showed a shadow of displeasure until it was visible to those around him. Then the Prophet said, 'Woe to you, release me!' But Abdullah swore, 'By God, I will not release you until you show kindness to my allies, 400 men without armour and 300 with armour, who once shielded me from both the red and the black. Would you destroy them all in a single morning? By God, I fear the turns of fortune.' So the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to him, 'They are yours.' Now Abdullah ibn Ubay still held sway over his people, and so the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, accepted his intercession on behalf of the Banu Kainuka, on the condition that they leave Medina, taking with them their possessions except for their weapons. Thus was Medina rid of a powerful Jewish faction. As for the Banu al-Nadir, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, went out to them in the 4th year of Hijrah after the battle of Uhud, seeking their assistance in the blood money for 2 men, as per the treaty between him and them. When he arrived, they said, 'Yes, O Abu al-Qasim, we shall help you with what you seek.' But when they were alone among themselves, they said, 'You will not find this man in such a state as he is now.' For the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was seated beside a wall of their houses. 'Who will go up to the roof of this house and cast down a stone upon him to finish him off?' Then they set about executing their treacherous plan, but God inspired his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, with knowledge of their designs. So he rose and departed, returning to Medina, and commanded his companions to prepare for war against them. The Banu al-Nadir then fortified themselves within their strongholds. Meanwhile, Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, the leader of the hypocrites, sent them a message: 'Hold your ground and resist, for we will neither abandon you nor betray you. If you are attacked, we will fight alongside you, and if you are expelled, we will leave with you.' However, the hypocrites did not fulfill their promise, and God cast terror into the hearts of the Banu al-Nadir. They surrendered without a fight, and they pleaded with the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, to spare their lives and allow them to leave, taking with them whatever their camels could carry, except for weapons. So they departed, some of them going to Khaybar and others to Sham. Among the leaders who went to Khaybar were Salam ibn Abi al-Hukayk, Kinana ibn al-Rabi ibn Abi al-Hukayk, and Huyai ibn Akhtab. These were the ones who later incited the Quraysh and the tribe of Ghatafan to wage war against the Muslims in the Battle of the Confederates, Al-Ahzab. Now we turn to the expedition against the Banu Qurayza. It has already been mentioned that during the Battle of the Confederates, They acted as a fifth column against the Muslims, allying themselves with the polytheists under the instigation of the leaders of the Banu al-Nadir, with Huyai ibn Akhtab at their forefront. The betrayal of the Banu Qurayza during such a critical moment was more grievous to the Muslims than the assault of the Confederates from outside Medina. To understand the magnitude of the danger facing the Muslims and the terror provoked by this treachery, it is reported that when the news reached the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, he sent Sa'd ibn Mu'ad, the leader of the Aws, and Sa'd ibn Ubadah, the leader of the Khazraj, along with Abdullah ibn Rawaha and Kawat ibn Jubayr, may God be pleased with them all, saying, "Go forth and ascertain the truth of what has reached us concerning this people. If it is true, let your response be indirect so as not to demoralize the people, but if they remain loyal to the terms of their treaty, proclaim it openly to the people." They went forth and found the Banu Qurayza in the worst of states, reviling the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and declaring, "Who is this Muhammad? There is no pact or treaty between us and him." The delegation returned and informed the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, through indirect words. The Prophet exclaimed, "God is most great! Rejoice, O assembly of Muslims!" thus strengthening the believers against the potential despair caused by the treachery. Ibn Ishaq relates that the trial grew severe, fear intensified, and the enemy came at them from both above and below, until the believers were overcome by doubt, and hypocrisy began to surface among some of the hypocrites. Such was the state of affairs during the Battle of the Confederates. But when God aided his prophet with his victory, turning back the enemy in their rage without achieving any gain, and when God sufficed the believers in the battle, the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, returned to Medina triumphant. While the people were laying down their arms, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was bathing at the house of Salama. May God be pleased with her. Then Gabriel, peace be upon him, appeared before him and said, "Have you laid down your arms, O messenger of God?" The prophet replied, "Yes." Gabriel said, "But the angels have not yet laid down their arms. This is the time for me to return from pursuing the enemy. God commands you to march against the Banu Qurayza." This was after the noon prayer. The prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, "Let no one among you pray the afternoon prayer except at the Banu Qurayza." The people set out, and the prayer time reached them while they were on the road. Some of them prayed along the way, saying, "The prophet only meant to hasten us." Others said, "We will not pray until we reach the Banu Qurayza as ordered." The prophet did not rebuke either group. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, followed them, leaving Ibn Maktum in charge of Medina, and he gave the banner to Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him. The Prophet then besieged the Banu Qurayza for 25 nights. When the siege became unbearable, they surrendered to the judgment of Sa'd ibn Mu'ad, the leader of the Aws, may God be pleased with him, because they had been their allies in the days of Jahiliyyah. They believed he would show them the same clemency that Abdullah ibn Ubay had shown the Banu Kainuka. But they did not know that Sa'd, may God be pleased with him, had been struck by an arrow in his arm during the Battle of the Confederates, which severed a major vein. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, had cauterized the wound and placed him in a tent in the mosque to care for him. Sa'd had prayed, "O God, if you have preserved any war against the Quraysh for me, keep me alive for it. But if you have ended the war between us and them, then cause the wound to burst and do not let me die until my eyes are cooled by seeing justice done to the Banu Qurayza." God answered his prayer, and the Banu Qurayza surrendered to his judgment of their own accord. At that moment, the messenger of God, may peace and blessings be upon him, summoned Sa'd from Medina to pass judgment upon them. As Sa'd approached, mounted on a donkey which had been prepared for him, the men of Aws gathered around him, pleading, "O Sa'd, they are your allies, so show them kindness." They implored him with soft words, seeking to sway his heart in their favour. Yet Sa'd remained silent, offering no reply. When they persisted, he said, "May God be pleased with him. Now is the time for Sa'd to not let fear of blame in the cause of God sway his judgment." At that moment they realized that he would not spare them. When Saad neared the tent, where the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was seated, the Prophet said, "Rise to meet your leader." The Muslims rose to greet him, helping him dismount with reverence and honor, fully acknowledging his authority as their appointed arbiter. This gesture underscored the gravity of the moment and lent weight to the judgment he was about to pronounce. When Saad had taken his seat, the messenger of God, may peace and blessings be upon him, said to him, "These people," pointing to the captives, "have placed themselves under your judgment, so judge them as you see fit." Saad asked, "Is my judgment binding upon them?" The Prophet replied, "Yes." Saad then inquired, "And upon those in this tent?" The Prophet again affirmed, "Yes." Saad further asked, "And upon those here?" gesturing toward the side where the messenger of God himself sat, turning his face away out of reverence and awe of him, "And upon you, O messenger of God?" The Prophet responded, "Yes." Saad then declared, "I judge that their warriors be executed, their women and children taken captive, and their wealth distributed as spoils." The messenger of God, may peace and blessings be upon him, responded, "You have judged according to the judgment of God from above the seven heavens." Thereafter, the messenger of God ordered trenches to be dug in the earth. The captives were brought forth, bound, and their necks were struck. Their number was between 700 and 800. Those who had not yet reached puberty, along with the women and children, were taken captive, and their property was seized. Among the captives was Huyai ibn Akhtab, who had retreated with them into their fortress, honoring their mutual pact. From that day onward, the power of the Jews was broken, and the undercurrent of hypocrisy within Medina began to wane. The hypocrites lowered their heads, retreating from the brazen acts they had once dared to commit. Consequently, the disbelievers no longer entertained the thought of attacking the Muslims. Instead, it was the Muslims who began to take the offensive, leading raids against them. This continued until the eventual conquest of Mecca and Taif. Indeed, one could observe a clear connection between the schemes of the Jews, the movements of the hypocrites, and the conspiracies of the polytheists. The expulsion of the Jews from Medina severed this connection, marking a decisive turning point in the establishment and stabilization of the Islamic State. Thus was fulfilled the divine promise, and he brought down from their strongholds those of the people of the book who had supported them, and he cast terror into their hearts. A group of them you slew, and another group you took captive. And he made you heirs to their lands, their houses, and their wealth, and to a land you had never trodden before. And God has power over all things. Qur'an 33, 26, 27. These strongholds refer to their fortresses, while the land which the Muslims inherited but had not yet trodden may have been property owned by Banu Qurayza outside their immediate settlement, which passed into Muslim hands along with their other possessions. It may also allude to their surrender of land without resistance, where treading would signify the conquest of land through war. And truly, God is powerful over all things. This commentary is firmly rooted in the reality of events, yet it invites reflection upon the divine hand guiding all affairs. Throughout the narrative of this confrontation, the Quranic discourse consistently attributes all actions to God. This serves to anchor in the hearts of the believers the profound truth that all matters are ultimately in God's hands. This understanding is reinforced by both the unfolding events and the Quran's commentary upon them, nurturing within the Muslim community the Islamic worldview upon which their faith would rest. Thus, this monumental incident is presented in a manner rich with principles, values, and divine guidance. It embodies the timeless teachings which the Quran seeks to instill within the hearts of the Muslim community, shaping both their inner convictions and their outward conduct. In this way, events become a means of spiritual education, and the Quran a guide and interpreter of life and its occurrences. Through both trial and revelation, values are established, and hearts find peace anchored in the wisdom of divine decree and the eternal guidance of the Quran. O Prophet, say to your wives, "If you desire the life of this world and its adornments, then come, I will provide for you and release you in a gracious manner. But If you desire God and his messenger and the abode of the hereafter, then surely God has prepared a great reward for those of you who do good. O wives of the prophet, whosoever among you commits a manifestly sinful deed, for her the punishment will be doubled, and that is easy for God. But whosoever among you devoutly obeys God and his messenger and does righteous works, we shall grant her a double reward, and we have prepared for her a noble sustenance. O wives of the prophet, you are not like any other women, provided you remain conscious of him. Hence do not be soft in speech, lest he in whose heart is a disease should covet you, but speak in an honourable manner. Remain quietly in your homes, and do not flaunt your charms as the women of the former age of Jahiliyyah used to flaunt theirs, and establish prayer, and render the purifying alms, and obey God and his messenger. Surely God only desires to remove from you all impurity, O people of the Prophet's household, and to purify you completely. And remember that which is recited in your homes of God's revelations and wisdom. Verily, God is subtle and all-aware. Surely for all men who surrender to God and all women who surrender to him, and all believing men and all believing women, and all truly devout men and all truly devout women, and all truthful men and all truthful women, and all patient men and all patient women, and all humble men and all humble women, and all men who give in charity and all women who give in charity, and all men who fast and all women who fast, and all men who guard their chastity and all women who guard theirs, and all men who remember God often, and all women who remember him often, for all of them God has prepared forgiveness and a mighty reward. This is the third lesson in Surah Al-Ahzab, devoted to the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, except for the concluding portion, which addresses the reward of all believing men and women. Earlier in the surah, they were called the mothers of the believers. This motherhood entails unique responsibilities. Their exalted rank, which warranted this title, comes with its weighty obligations. Their closeness to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, also brings with it significant duties. This lesson, then, elucidates some of these responsibilities and establishes the values that God intended for the pure household of prophethood to embody and uphold. This household was meant to serve as a beacon of guidance for those who seek to follow its light. O prophet, say to your wives, if you desire the life of this world and its adornments, then come, I will provide for you and release you in a gracious manner. But if you desire God and his messenger and the abode of the hereafter, then surely God has prepared a great reward for those of you who do good. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, chose for himself and his household a life of simplicity, not out of incapacity to enjoy the comforts of life, for he lived to see the earth open to him, its treasures flow into the hands of the believers, and wealth abound for those who had once possessed neither food nor provisions. Yet even then, months would pass without a fire being kindled in the homes of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Despite his generosity in giving away wealth in charity, gifts and alms, he chose to rise above the lures of worldly life, aspiring only for what lay with God. He chose with full contentment a life of detachment, an act not born of necessity, but of his self-restraint and preference for the eternal over the fleeting. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was not bound by his faith or law to lead such a life of austerity. The good things of this world were not forbidden to him by his creed, nor did he deny himself those that came to him without effort or design. His abstention from worldly indulgence was not born of prohibition, but of his desire to free himself from its distractions and remain focused on the higher, eternal goals of life. Nor did he impose such a lifestyle on his ummah. While the choice was left open to those who sought to rise above worldly pleasures, the Prophet's example was a towering reminder of the liberation that comes from breaking free of earthly desires and attachments. Yet the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, were human beings with human feelings and inclinations. Despite their lofty status and nearness to the wellsprings of prophethood, the natural human desire for the comforts of life remained alive within them. When they saw the newfound prosperity that God had granted his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, and the believers, they began to ask the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, for an increase in their allowances. This request caused the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, great sorrow, for his heart longed for them to live as he did, free of worldly distractions, content with simplicity, and detached from the fleeting adornments of this life. He wished for his household to remain on the lofty plane of detachment and radiance, untainted by the shadows of earthly concerns, not because such matters were forbidden, but because true freedom lies in transcending them. So great was the Prophet's peace and blessings be upon him, distress over this matter that he withdrew from his wives and secluded himself. This withdrawal deeply troubled his companions, for whom nothing was harder than being unable to see him. They came to visit him, but were denied entry. Imam Ahmad relates in his Musnad on the authority of Jabir, may God be pleased with him. Abu Bakr, may God be pleased with him, came seeking permission to enter while people were sitting at the Prophet's door, but he was not granted permission. Then Umar, may God be pleased with him, came seeking permission, but he too was not admitted. Finally, permission was granted to both Abu Bakr and Umar, and they entered to find the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sitting silently among his wives. Umar, may God be pleased with him, said, I will speak to the Prophet to make him smile. He then said, O Messenger of God, if only you had seen the daughter of Zayd, my wife, she asked me for more spending and I struck her on the neck. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, smiled until his molar teeth were visible and said, They are around me asking for more spending. At this, Abu Bakr rose to strike Aisha, and Umar rose toward Hafsa, both saying, Do you ask the Prophet for what he cannot give you? But the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, restrained them, and the wives vowed, By God, we will never again ask the Prophet for anything he does not have. Then God revealed the verses of choice. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, began with Aisha, may God be pleased with her, saying, I wish to mention something to you, but do not hasten to respond until you consult your parents. She asked, What is it? The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, recited to her, O Prophet, say to your wives. She replied, Do I need to consult my parents about this? I choose God, his messenger, and the hereafter. She then requested the Prophet not to inform his other wives of her choice. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, replied, God has not sent me to cause hardship, but as a teacher and a facilitator. Every one of them who asks me, I will inform her of your choice. In another narration by Al-Bukhari, Aisha, may God be pleased with her, said, When the Prophet came to me, he said, I wish to tell you of something and you are free to consult your parents if you wish. But I knew that my parents would never counsel me to part from him, so I said, Do I need to consult them about this? I choose God, his messenger, and the hereafter. Thus, the Qur'an came to establish the fundamental values of Islam's vision of life, values that were to find their clearest expression in the private life of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and his household. These verses laid down the choice, either the life of this world with all its adornments, or God, his messenger, and the hereafter. A single heart cannot harbour two conflicting visions of life. For indeed, God has not placed two hearts in a man's body. The wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, affirmed their choice, declaring that they would never again ask the Prophet for anything he did not possess. The Quran thus resolved the matter, making it clear that the issue was not one of having or not having. The real question was whether they would wholly choose God, his messenger, and the hereafter, or the adornments of this world. Whether they lived in houses filled with wealth or utterly devoid of provisions, the choice remained the same. They chose God, his messenger, and the hereafter, with absolute conviction, rising to the heights befitting their station as members of the Prophet's household. And in some narrations, it is said that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, rejoiced in their choice. This incident offers profound lessons for reflection. It clarifies Islam's vision of values and defines the spiritual path of prioritizing the eternal over the transient. It removes all hesitation and wavering in the heart of the believer, freeing it from any attachment that might obscure its devotion to God alone. At the same time, this event offers a glimpse into the human dimensions of the Prophet's life. peace and blessings be upon him, and those around him. The most remarkable aspect of this is that their lives were fully human lives, with all their natural emotions and inclinations, even as they ascended to the highest peaks of human excellence. Their humanity was not erased, rather it was purified and elevated. Their emotions, while fully present, did not impede their spiritual ascent. Instead, these emotions were refined and harmonized with their devotion to God. Often we err in imagining the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions, may God be pleased with them, as beings devoid of human feelings, believing this to elevate their status or protect them from what we perceive as shortcomings. In doing so, we fail to grasp the true beauty of their example. They were human beings who, despite their emotions and desires, rose above them to embody the highest ideals of devotion, discipline, and faith. Their humanity, far from diminishing their greatness, made their spiritual triumphs all the more profound. And this misunderstanding creates for them an unreal image, a vision wrapped in ambiguous halos through which their true human features cannot be discerned. Consequently, the human connection between us and them is severed. Their figures, in our perception, remain shrouded in those halos, closer to ethereal apparitions that cannot be touched or grasped. We feel them as though they are a creation entirely distinct from us angels, or beings akin to angels, devoid of human emotions and feelings altogether. Yet despite the transparency and ethereality of this imagined image, it distances them from our reality, making it impossible for us to emulate them or be inspired by their example. Hopelessness overtakes us when we think of imitating them or following their path in practical, real-life terms. Thus, the biography loses its most vital element, the ability to stir our emotions toward imitation and adherence. In its place, awe and admiration take root, producing nothing but a vague, mystical sense of wonder, with no tangible effect on our real lives. In losing this living connection between ourselves and these great personalities, we lose the ability to feel a genuine human bond with them. For true connection arises when we perceive that they were real human beings whose hearts were filled with emotions and feelings of the same kind that we experience. Yet they elevated these emotions, purified them of the impurities that often taint our own, and refined them to the utmost degree. The wisdom of God is evident in his choice of messengers from among human beings, not angels or any other type of creation, so that the true connection between the lives of the messengers and the lives of their followers may remain intact. This allows the followers to feel that their prophets' hearts were filled with the same kind of human emotions and sentiments, albeit purified, elevated, and refined. Thus, their followers love them as human beings love one another, and aspire to emulate them as smaller human beings strive to imitate the greater ones. In the incident of the choice given to the wives of the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, we stand before the natural human desire within them for worldly comforts. We also see a glimpse of the prophet's household, his life with his wives, may God be pleased with them, as they, like ordinary spouses, discussed matters of livelihood with their husband. This caused him distress. Yet he did not allow Abu Bakr and Umar, may God be pleased with both of them, to strike Aisha and Hafsa for this discussion. For at its core, the matter concerned human emotions and inclinations, emotions that are refined and elevated, but neither extinguished nor suppressed. Matters remained as they were until God's command came, granting the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, permission to offer his wives a choice. They chose God, his messenger, and the hereafter, an uncoerced choice, free of compulsion or pressure. And the prophet's heart rejoiced at the elevation of his wives' hearts to this lofty, radiant horizon. We also see in this incident the tender human emotion in the heart of the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, as he openly expressed his love for Aisha. He hoped that she too would rise to the level of values that God had chosen for him and his household. Thus he began the choice with her, wishing to help her ascend and detach herself from worldly distractions. He gently urged her not to rush her decision, but to consult her parents, knowing well, as she herself said, that they would never counsel her to part from him. This tender love in the Prophet's heart did not escape Aisha's, may God be pleased with her, perception. She treasured it and took pride in recording it in her narration. Through this narration, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, appears as a human being who loved his young wife, desiring for her to rise to the spiritual heights he himself was living upon. He wished for her to remain with him on this elevated plane, sharing with him the sense of authentic values that his sustainer had chosen for him and his household. Similarly, Aisha, may God be pleased with her, comes across as a human being, delighted to know her special place in her husband's heart. She joyfully recounts his care for her, his love for her, and his desire that she seek her parents' counsel in choosing the loftiest path so she might remain with him on that radiant plane. Her feminine feelings also surface when she asks him not to inform his other wives of her choice when he offers them the same. This request reveals her natural desire to highlight her unique position in this choice and her distinction from his other wives, or at least some of them, in this matter. Here we glimpse another aspect of the Prophet's greatness, his response to her request. He said, "God did not send me as a harsh enforcer, but as a teacher and a facilitator. If any one of them asks me about your choice, I will tell her." He didn't wish to withhold from any of his wives the knowledge that might guide them toward goodness. Nor did he wish to test them with difficulty or obfuscation. Instead, he offered support to all who sought it, helping them rise above themselves, freeing them from the pull of earthly temptations and the allure of worldly comforts. These cherished human features must not be erased, neglected, or underestimated as we recount the life of the Prophet. Peace and blessings be upon him. Recognizing them in their true light is what connects us to the personality of the Prophet. Peace and blessings be upon him, and the personalities of his companions, may God be pleased with them, with a living bond. This bond is filled with empathy and responsiveness, stirring our hearts toward practical imitation and real-life emulation. Returning to the Quranic text, we find that after defining the values of this world and the hereafter, and after actualizing God's statement, God has not placed two hearts in a man's body. In a practical example from the life of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and his household, the verses go on to describe the reward prepared for the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. This reward holds a special significance for them in proportion to their noble rank and their unique relationship with the chosen messenger of God. O wives of the Prophet, whosoever among you commits an open indecency, her punishment will be doubled. And that is easy for God. But whosoever among you devoutly obeys God and his messenger and does righteous works, we shall grant her a double reward, and we have prepared for her a noble sustenance. This is the responsibility that comes with their exalted station. They are the wives of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and the mothers of the believers. Both of these titles impose upon them great responsibilities while also protecting them from committing grave sins. If, hypothetically, one of them were to commit a manifest sin, her punishment would be doubled, a consequence of the weight of their lofty status. Yet, such a consequence does not diminish God's justice, for that is easy for God. Their proximity to the chosen prophet does not shield them from accountability, as some might mistakenly think. At the same time, whosoever among you devoutly obeys God and his messenger and does righteous works, we shall grant her a double reward, and we have prepared for her a noble sustenance. Devotion and righteous deeds are the practical translations of obedience and submission, and their reward is multiplied just as the punishment for sin is doubled. Beyond this, God has prepared for them a noble sustenance, ever present and awaiting them as an added bounty from his grace. The Quran then highlights the unique responsibilities of the mothers of the believers, detailing their duties in their interactions with others, their worship of God and their conduct within their homes. It reminds them of God's special care for this pure household, his shielding it from impurity and his purification of it. It reminds them of the divine revelations and wisdom recited within their homes, placing upon them unique obligations that set them apart from all other women. O wives of the Prophet! You are not like any other women, provided you remain conscious of God. Hence do not be soft in speech, lest he in whose heart is a disease should covet you. But speak in an honourable manner, and remain quietly in your homes, and do not flaunt your charms as the women of the former age of Jahiliyyah used to flaunt theirs, and establish prayer and render the purifying alms and obey God and his messenger. Surely God only desires to remove all impurity from you, O people of the Prophet's household, and to purify you completely. And remember that which is recited in your homes of God's revelations and wisdom. Verily, God is subtle and all-aware. Islam emerged in a society that, like others at the time, viewed women primarily as objects of pleasure and gratification, and thus regarded them with diminished humanity. The pre-Islamic society also suffered from sexual chaos, a loosened family structure, and a degraded view of gender relations. Poetry of the age of Jahiliyyah reveals a fixation on the crude physicality of women, celebrating only the coarsest forms of beauty and neglecting higher, refined aesthetics. When Islam came, it began to elevate society's view of women, emphasizing their shared humanity in relationships between the sexes. It affirmed that marriage is not merely the satisfaction of physical hunger or the quenching of bodily desires, but a union between two human beings from a single soul, bound by love and mercy. Through this connection, they find tranquility and a purpose aligned with God's grand design for human existence to inhabit the earth and fulfill his will as its stewards. Islam also placed great emphasis on the family as the foundation of social order, making it the cradle in which generations are nurtured. It provided safeguards to protect this institution from corruption, ensuring its sanctity and purity. Its guidance extended beyond legislation to spiritual refinement, cultivating cleanliness in gender relations and purifying even physical interactions of base desires. Islam's focus on families and its moral code continues to serve as the cornerstone of a balanced, upright society. In this surah, a significant portion is devoted to social organization and family matters. And in the verses before us, there is a discourse directed at the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, guiding them concerning their relationship with others, their personal conduct, and their connection with God. It is a guidance wherein God declares to them, "Indeed, God only desires to remove impurity from you, O people of the house, and to purify you thoroughly." Let us reflect on the means of removing impurity and attaining purification which God exalted be He addresses to them, and which He enjoins upon them. These women are the people of the house, the wives of the Prophet. Peace be upon him, the purest women the earth has ever known. And if even they require such means of purification, then how much more so do other women, those who have not lived under the shadow of the messenger of God, peace be upon him, and the sanctity of his exalted household. It begins by awakening in their souls an awareness of their immense station, their lofty position, their excellence over all other women, and the singularity of their rank among the women of the world. But this privilege comes with a demand that they fulfill its rights and carry its responsibilities. O wives of the Prophet, you are not like any other women if you remain conscious of God. You are not like any other women if you observe God consciousness. Your position is one in which none can share with you, nor can you share it with anyone else. However, this distinction is conditional upon piety. It is not a mere matter of kinship with the Prophet, peace be upon him, but rather an obligation to uphold the rights of this kinship within the very depths of your own selves. This is the inflexible truth upon which this religion is founded, the same truth that the messenger of God, peace be upon him, proclaimed when he warned his own family not to be deceived by their relationship to him, for he could not avail them before God. He declared, "O Fatima, daughter of Muhammad, O Safiya, daughter of Abd al-Muttalib, O children of Abd al-Muttalib, I cannot avail you in any way before God. Ask me of my wealth whatever you wish." And in another narration, "O people of Quraysh, save yourselves from the fire. O descendants of Ka'b, save yourselves from the fire. O descendants of Hashim, save yourselves from the fire. O descendants of Abd al-Muttalib, save yourselves from the fire. O Fatima, daughter of Muhammad, save yourself from the fire. For by God, I cannot avail you in any way before God, except that you have ties of kinship which I shall uphold. After establishing their station, which they can only attain through piety, the discourse turns to outline the means by which God seeks to remove impurity from the people of the house and to purify them thoroughly. But do not speak in soft tones, lest he in whose heart is disease should covet you. They are warned not to soften their speech when addressing strange men, lest their gentle tones arouse the desires of those whose hearts are afflicted with sickness, stirring their base instincts and igniting their carnal appetites. And who are the women being warned in this verse? They are the wives of the Prophet, peace be upon him, mothers of the believers, whose purity and chastity are beyond reproach. And in what era is this warning delivered? In the age of the Prophet himself, peace and blessings be upon him, an age filled with the purest and noblest of humanity in all times. Yet God, who created men and women, knows that in a woman's voice, when it is softened and imbued with tenderness, there lies a power that may awaken desire in hearts and ignite fitna in souls. He knows that diseased hearts, prone to temptation and desire, exist in every age, in every society, and in response to every woman, even if she be the wife of the noble Prophet himself and the mother of the believers. And thus there can be no true purification, no removal of impurity, unless the very causes of temptation are eradicated from the root. But what of our own society today, in our age so diseased, so laden with impurity, so steeped in moral decay, an age in which fitna is constantly aroused, desires are incessantly provoked, and greed is ever rampant? What of our atmosphere, in which every element seems to incite temptation, stir desire, and awaken carnal instincts? What of the women who, with their coquettish tones and suggestive speech, embody every form of feminine allure, every call of sensuality, every flame of desire, and then unleash it in their words and voices? How far removed are they from purity in such a polluted environment? How can purity even reside in such surroundings when they themselves, with their movements, their voices, and their very being, become the impurity from which God seeks to cleanse his chosen servants? And speak with appropriate speech. Having forbidden them from adopting a submissive, soft tone in their speech, God commands that their statements be confined to what is appropriate and acceptable, free of impropriety or ambiguity. For even the subject of conversation may incite desire, just as the tone of speech might. Thus no gesture, no insinuation, no frivolity, no jest, no levity may exist between a woman and a stranger, lest it lead, directly or indirectly, to something beyond. It is God, the Creator, the All-Knowing, who offers this guidance to the purest of women, the mothers of the believers, to safeguard their interactions with the men of their era, the noblest age of all time. And remain in your homes. The command kana to remain is derived from a root meaning to settle or to be still. This directive does not mean that women are to be confined to their homes without ever leaving them, but rather it is an elegant suggestion that the home should be their foundation and their place of stability. Departure from it should be the exception, not the norm, temporary and purposeful, not habitual or aimless. The home is the sanctuary of the woman, where she may find her true self as God intended, untainted, uncorrupted, unburdened by roles alien to her innate nature. Islam, in its wisdom, provides the home with its atmosphere and sanctity. To ensure the care of the young fledglings within it, Islam obligates the man to provide the financial means, making this a divine duty. This allows the mother, freed from the strain of earning a livelihood, the time, energy, and peace of mind to nurture her children and cultivate the warmth, fragrance, and joy of the home. A mother who is overburdened with work, exhausted by its demands, and constrained by its schedules, cannot offer her home the serenity it requires or grant her children the care they deserve. Homes of working women, consumed by their professions, often resemble mere lodging houses or inns, devoid of the essence of a true home. For the reality of a home is created by the presence of a woman, and its fragrance is released by a wife, and its tenderness is imparted by a mother. A woman who spends her time, energy, and spirit in the service of work will bring only weariness, fatigue, and discontent into her home. The departure of a woman from her home to work may be justified by necessity, but for people to choose this path voluntarily when it is avoidable is a curse upon souls, consciences, and minds in times of moral decline and spiritual depravity. As for a woman leaving her home for frivolous pursuits, mingling, entertaining herself, or wandering aimlessly through clubs and gatherings, this is a regression into the depths of the mire, a return to the animalistic instincts of the basest creatures. During the time of the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, women were permitted to leave their homes for prayer, for this was not prohibited. Yet even then modesty prevailed, and women would go to prayer shrouded in garments that concealed them completely, such that no one could recognize them. And still, even in that age, Aisha, may God be pleased with her, disliked their departure after the death of the Prophet. In the two Sahihs, it is reported that Aisha, may God be pleased with her, said, "The believing women used to attend the dawn prayer with the Messenger of God, wrapped in their cloaks, unseen in the dark, and they would return home without being recognized." And in another narration she said, "Had the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, seen what women have introduced, he would have forbidden them from going to the mosques, just as the women of the children of Israel were barred." What innovations had women introduced during the time of Aisha to warrant this statement? And how trivial are these innovations compared to what we witness today? And do not display yourselves as was the display of the former times of Jahiliyyah. This command is directed to women when they must leave their homes, following the exhortation to remain therein. During the first age of Jahiliyyah, women would display their adornments, but all the descriptions of this display pale in comparison to the extravagance of adornment and exposure in our present age of Jahiliyyah. Mujahid said, "A woman would walk among men, that was the display of the first age of Jahiliyyah." Qatada said, "They would walk with exaggerated swaying and affectation, and God forbade this." Makatil ibn Hayyan said, "A woman would let her headscarf fall loosely over her head, leaving her necklaces, earrings and neck exposed. That was their display." Ibn Kathir said in his commentary, "A woman would walk among men with her chest exposed, unshielded by anything. She might reveal her neck, her hair and her earrings. God thus commanded the believing women to cover themselves in their appearance and conduct." These are the forms of display during the first age of Jahiliyyah that the Qur'an sought to address, purifying the Islamic society from their traces, removing the factors of temptation and enticement, and elevating its manners, perceptions and sensitivities. Indeed, we mention sensitivity, for the human sense of beauty that takes delight in the exposed flesh of the body is a primitive and coarse sense, far inferior to the refined perception that appreciates the beauty of modesty, which emanates from the elegance of spirit, the purity of chastity, and the nobility of sentiment. This measure is a clear indicator of the elevation and refinement of human sensibilities. Modesty is a true and lofty beauty, but only those with refined sensibilities can perceive it. As for those with a coarse, ignorant disposition, they see beauty only in exposed flesh, and hear only the call of the unrestrained body. By referring to the display of the former age of Jahiliyyah, the Quranic text implies that such behavior belongs to the remnants of Jahiliyyah, and Jahiliyyah transcended by those who rise to the level of true humanity, with elevated ideals, refined perceptions, and noble emotions. For Jahiliyyah is not confined to a specific period of time. Rather, it is a social condition characterized by particular perceptions of life. And this condition, along with these perceptions, can exist in any era or place, serving as a marker of Jahiliyyah wherever it is found. By this measure, we find that we're now living in an era of blind Jahiliyyah, an age coarse in sensibility, animalistic in perception, one that drags humanity down to the lowest depths of disgrace. We come to understand that no purity, no sanctity, no blessing can exist in a society living such a life, unmindful of the means of purification and cleanliness which God has ordained as the path for humanity to cleanse itself of defilement and to escape the Jahiliyyah of old. These means were first embraced by the people of the Prophet's household, peace and blessings be upon him, who were themselves embodiments of purity, radiance, and spiritual cleanliness. The Qur'an directs the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, toward these means, linking their hearts to God and raising their gaze toward the luminous horizon from which they may draw light and strength to ascend ever closer to that radiant plane, and establish prayer and give alms and obey God and His Messenger. The worship of God is not detached from social conduct or moral behavior in life. Rather, it is the path to ascend to that higher plane, the provision with which the traveller traverses the way. There must be a bond with God from which sustenance and strength are drawn. There must be a connection with Him that purifies the heart and refines it. And there must be a link with God that elevates the individual above the customs of people, the traditions of society, and the pressures of the environment. Such a connection allows one to feel that they are guided and elevated above people, society, and environment, worthy of leading others toward the light they have seen, rather than being led by others into the darkness and jahiliyyah that engulf life whenever it strays from God's path. Islam is a unified whole, encompassing acts of worship, moral values, ethics, laws, and systems, all within the framework of faith. Each of these plays a role in realizing this faith, and all are harmonized in a shared direction. From this unity and harmony emerges the complete structure of this religion. Without them, this structure cannot stand. Thus, the command to establish prayer, give alms, and obey God and His Messenger concludes the spiritual, ethical, and behavioral directives given to the noble household. For none of these directives can be realized without worship and obedience. All of this serves a purpose, a wisdom, and a goal. Indeed, God only desires to remove impurity from you, O people of the house, and to purify you thoroughly. This expression is imbued with many subtle nuances, gentle, tender, and filled with compassion. God addresses them as people of the house, without adding any descriptor to the house, without any qualifier, as though this house is the house, the one and only house in this world, deserving of this designation. Thus, when one says the house, it is already known, defined, and described. A similar usage is found with regard to the Kaaba, referred to as the house of God, or the sacred house. In the same way, the description of the Prophet's household, peace and blessing be upon him, as the house, is an immense honor, distinction, and exclusive blessing. God says, "Indeed, God only desires to remove impurity from you, O people of the house, and to purify you thoroughly." In this phrase, there is a delicate explanation of the reason for the obligations placed upon them and the ultimate purpose behind them. It is as though God Himself, exalted and sublime in His majesty, is personally undertaking the task of purifying them and removing all impurity from them. It is a direct divine care extended to the members of this noble household. When we contemplate who the speaker is, God, the sustainer of this universe, who said to creation, "Be," and it was, the one of majesty and glory, the overwhelming, the almighty, the exalted, we begin to grasp the magnitude of this honor. And He, sublime and exalted, is saying this in His book, a book recited in the celestial assembly and on this earth. In every place and every time, a book that millions of hearts worship through and millions of tongues move with. Finally, these commands and directives are presented as the means by which impurity is removed and the household is purified. Purification comes through the act of self-purification, and the removal of defilement is achieved through actions that people adopt and implement in their practical lives. This is the way of Islam, a union of inner consciousness and piety in the heart with outward behavior and deeds in life. Together, they complete Islam and fulfill its objectives and purposes in life. The directives to the Prophet's wives, peace and blessings be upon him, are concluded as they began. With a reminder of their exalted status and distinction over other women, their proximity to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and the blessings God has bestowed upon them, making their homes the place where the Qur'an was revealed, where wisdom descended, and where light, guidance, and faith shone forth. And remember what is recited in your homes of the verses of God and wisdom. Verily, God is subtle and all-aware. This is a great favour, requiring only a reminder for the soul to sense its immense worth, the subtle grace of God's design, and the magnitude of this blessing that surpasses all other joys. This reminder comes at the close of the discourse, which began with the choice offered to the wives of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, between the adornments and comforts of this worldly life, and their preference for God, his messenger, and the hereafter. Here the grandeur of the blessing God has bestowed upon them becomes evident, as does the insignificance of worldly life with all its pleasures and adornments. In the context of purifying the Islamic community and establishing its life upon the values of Islam, men and women are equally addressed, for in this regard they are equal. The Quran enumerates the qualities that establish these values with precision, detail, and comprehensiveness. Indeed, the Muslim men and women, the believing men and women, the devoutly obedient men and women, the truthful men and women, the patient men and women, the humble men and women, the charitable men and women, the fasting men and women, the men and women who guard their chastity, and the men and women who remember God often for them, God has prepared forgiveness and a great reward. These numerous attributes, gathered together in this verse, work together to shape the Muslim soul. They represent the essence of Islam: submission, faith, devotion, truthfulness, patience, humility, charity, fasting, chastity, and frequent remembrance of God. Each of these attributes plays a vital role in building the Muslim character. Islam is submission and faith is belief. There's a profound connection between the two, or rather, one is the natural consequence of the other. Submission is the natural expression of true belief, and true belief inevitably leads to submission. Devotion is obedience born out of submission, and faith, an obedience that springs from inner contentment, not external compulsion. Truthfulness is the trait that distinguishes the Muslim community, for God has said, "Only those who do not believe in God's signs fabricate lies." Thus, the liar is expelled from the ranks of the Muslim community, which is a community of truth. Patience is the quality without which a Muslim cannot bear the weight of their faith, nor fulfill its demands. Patience is needed at every step. Patience against one's desires, patience in the face of the struggles of the call to Islam, patience in enduring harm, and patience in dealing with the distortions, weaknesses, and fickle nature of human souls. Patience is also required in times of trial, tribulation, and prosperity alike, for both are equally challenging. Humility is a quality of the heart and body, reflecting the heart's awe of God and its awareness of His majesty and supremacy. Charity signifies the purification of the soul from greed, compassion for others, and the fulfillment of the collective obligation within the Muslim community. It is an acknowledgement of the right of wealth and gratitude to the giver. Fasting, mentioned here as an enduring quality, is a symbol of self-restraint, discipline, and the superiority of the spiritual over the physical. Guarding one's chastity indicates purity, self-control, and the regulation of human desires. It elevates human relationships beyond fleeting passions, subjecting them to God's commandments and the higher purpose of life. Frequent remembrance of God is the link between all of human activity and one's faith in God. It is a constant awareness of God's presence, ensuring that no thought or action separates the believer from the firm bond of faith. It illuminates the heart with the radiance of God's remembrance, infusing it with light and vitality. Those who embody these qualities, which work together to build the complete Muslim character, are those for whom God has prepared forgiveness and a great reward. Thus, the text transitions from specific directives to the Prophet's wives, peace and blessings be upon him, to a general discourse on the attributes of Muslim men and women and the foundations of their character. In this way, the Quran affirms the equality of men and women in the sight of God, elevating the woman alongside the man in their shared relationship with God and their shared responsibility to uphold the principles of faith, purification, worship, and righteous conduct in life. It is not fitting for a believing man or a believing woman, once God and his messenger have decreed a matter, to have any choice in their affair. And whoever disobeys God and his messenger has indeed strayed into manifest error. 33:36. And remember when you said to him upon whom God bestowed his favour, and upon whom you also bestowed your favour, keep your wife and fear God, while concealing within yourself what God was to bring to light, fearing the people while God is more deserving that you fear him. And so, when Zayd had accomplished his purpose with her, we joined her to you in marriage, so that there would be no blame upon the believers regarding the wives of their adopted sons, once they have accomplished their purpose with them. And God's command is always fulfilled. 33:37. There is no blame upon the prophet in what God has ordained for him. This is the way of God with those who passed before, and God's command is a decree determined. 33:38. Those who convey the messages of God and fear him and fear none but God. And sufficient is God as a reckoner. 33:39. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of God and the seal of the prophets. And God has perfect knowledge of all things. 33:40. O you who have attained to faith, remember God with much remembrance. 33:41. And glorify him morning and evening. 33:42. He it is who sends blessings upon you, as do his angels, so that he may bring you out of darkness into light, and he is ever merciful to the believers. 33:43. Their greeting on the day they meet him will be peace, and he has prepared for them a most generous reward. 33:44. O Prophet, verily we have sent you as a witness, and as a bearer of glad tidings, and as a warner. 33:45. And as one who calls to God by his permission, and as a radiant lamp. 33:46. And give glad tidings to the believers that they will have great bounty from God. 33:47. And do not obey the disbelievers and the hypocrites, and disregard their harm, and place your trust in God, for sufficient is God as a disposer of affairs. 33:48. This lesson signals a new stage in the reorganization of the Muslim community upon the foundations of an Islamic worldview. This particular segment begins with the abolishment of the practice of adoption as it was traditionally understood, a practice referenced earlier in this very chapter. God willed for his messenger peace and blessings be upon him to take on the task of nullifying this custom in a practical, real-world manner. Among the Arabs, the divorced wife of an adopted son was viewed as forever prohibited for marriage, just as the divorced wife of a biological son would be. This deeply entrenched taboo could only be eradicated through a real-life precedent that would establish the new ruling. Therefore, God chose his messenger to bear this weighty responsibility as part of the burdens of prophethood. As we shall see, the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, faced this challenge with a fortitude unparalleled by anyone else. Only he could shoulder the immense difficulty of confronting his society with such a drastic departure from their deeply ingrained norms. We shall also see how the Quranic commentary on this event was lengthy, emphasizing the need for hearts to rely on God, clarifying the relationship between the believers and their sustainer, and explaining the prophet's role among them. All of this was intended to ease the hearts of the believers and prepare them to accept God's decree in such matters with contentment and submission. The verses preceding this event lay down the overarching principle that the command belongs to God and his messenger alone, and that no believer, man or woman, has the right to question their decree. This also hints at the immense difficulty of this matter, given how it ran counter to the entrenched customs and fierce traditions of the Arabs. It is not fitting for a believing man or a believing woman, once God and his messenger have decreed a matter, to have any choice in their affair. And whoever disobeys God and his messenger has indeed strayed into manifest error. It is reported that this verse was revealed in connection with Zainab bint Jahsh. May God be pleased with her, when the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sought to demolish the inherited class distinctions within the Muslim community. He sought to establish the principle that all individuals are equal before God, with no superiority except in piety. Among the Arabs, freed slaves, mawali, occupied a lower social class compared to the nobility. From among the freed slaves was Zayd ibn Haritha, a man beloved to the Prophet, who had been adopted by him. The Prophet sought to demonstrate equality in the most practical way possible by marrying Zainab, a noblewoman from his own clan of Banu Hashim, to Zayd, his freedman. This was intended to dismantle the barriers of class and lineage, beginning within the Prophet's own household. Yet such barriers were deeply entrenched, and it required nothing less than a direct command from God, acted upon by his messenger, to break them. Ibn Kathir narrates in his tafsir that Al-Awfi reported from Ibn Abbas, "May God be pleased with them both," that this verse was revealed when the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, approached Zainab to propose on behalf of Zayd ibn Haritha. Upon hearing the proposal, Zainab initially refused, saying, "I am not willing to marry him." The Prophet replied, "Indeed you shall marry him." She then asked, "O Messenger of God, will you give me no choice in the matter of my own self?" While they were speaking, this verse was revealed. It is not fitting for a believing man or a believing woman, once God and his messenger have decreed a matter, to have any choice in their affair. Zainab then submitted, saying, "I do not disobey God or his messenger. I consent to this marriage." Ibn Kathir also reports that Ibn Lahiyar narrated from Abu Amra, who narrated from Ikrimah, who narrated from Ibn Abbas, that Zainab expressed reluctance, saying, "I am of higher lineage than him." This verse was then revealed, and she submitted to the Prophet's command. Another narration from Ibn Kathir mentions that Abd al-Rahman ibn Zayd ibn Aslam said this verse was revealed in relation to Kulthum bint Uqba ibn Abi Mu'it, may God be pleased with her, who was the first woman to emigrate after the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. She offered herself in marriage to the Prophet, who then married her to Zayd ibn Haritha. She and her brother objected, saying, "We intended that she marry the Prophet, and he wedded her to his freedman." It was then that this verse was revealed. A third narration mentioned by Imam Ahmad relates the story of Julaybib, a companion of humble status. The Prophet approached an Ansari man to propose marriage on Julaybib's behalf. The father consulted his wife, who protested, saying, "Shall we marry her to Julaybib when we have already turned down men of higher standing?" The daughter overheard this and said, "Will you reject the Prophet's command? If he is satisfied with Julaybib for me, then I am satisfied." Her father returned to the Prophet and agreed to the marriage. Later, Julaybib was martyred in battle, but before his death he had slain several enemies. The Prophet stood over his body and said, "He is of me, and I am of him." These narrations, if authentic, connect this verse to the marriage of Zainab and Zayd or to other similar events. The third narration about Julaybib also illustrates the societal norms that Islam sought to challenge. We have validated the third narration concerning Julaybib, for it reflects the social mindset which Islam sought to dismantle, and which the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, endeavoured to transform through his actions and example. This was a vital part of the reorganization of the Muslim community, anchored in Islam's new logic and its vision of values on this earth, as well as the liberating impulse that Islam embodied, a liberation derived from its great and noble spirit. Yet, the Quranic verse addressing this matter transcends any specific incident. It may indeed have a connection to the abolition of the effects of adoption, the permissibility of marrying the divorced wives of adopted sons, or the marriage of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to Zainab. May God be pleased with her after her divorce from Zayd. This was a matter that created a great commotion during its time and continues to be used by some enemies of Islam as a pretext for attacking the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, even to this day, fabricating myths and falsehoods around it. Whether this verse was revealed in connection with the aforementioned events, or whether it pertains to the Prophet's marriage to Zainab bint Jahsh, may God be pleased with her, the principle established by the verse is broader, deeper, and far more comprehensive in its implications for the lives and faith of Muslims. This principle, forming a cornerstone of Islamic belief, was deeply embedded in the hearts of that first community of believers. It shaped their inner selves and transformed their emotions, so that they came to understand that they owned nothing of themselves, nor had any control over their own affairs. They, and whatever they possessed, belonged entirely to God, who directed them as He willed and chose for them as He deemed best. They were but a part of the grand tapestry of existence which moves in accordance with the universal law set by its Creator. The author of existence, its designer and sustainer, determined their roles in the grand narrative of creation and assigned them their movements on the magnificent stage of the cosmos. They were not to choose their roles, for they could not comprehend the entirety of the narrative. Nor were they to select their actions based on their personal preferences, for what they desired might not align with the role assigned to them. They were not the authors of the story, nor the owners of the stage. They were but workers, hired to perform their duties, entitled to their wages for the work they did, but neither responsible for nor entitled to the outcomes. Thus, they surrendered themselves entirely to God. They gave up all claims to their own will, and through this act of surrender, they aligned their inner selves with the natural order of the universe. Their movements harmonized with the cosmic rhythms, much like the stars and planets, which traverse their orbits without deviation, without haste or delay, in perfect synchronization with the rest of creation. Consequently, their hearts accepted whatever came to them from God's decree with an innate sense of peace and trust. They welcomed God's determinations with a profound awareness, one that brought them comfort, confidence, and tranquility. Over time, they ceased to feel surprise when God's decree unfolded in their lives. Neither were they struck by panic, which might otherwise demand stoic endurance, nor were they overcome by pain that would require patience. Instead, they came to receive God's will with an expectant heart, as one awaiting something familiar and known, something deeply ingrained in their consciousness, something that neither shocked nor startled them. This state of surrender led them to abandon any urgency to hasten the unfolding of events to accomplish their own desires. Nor did they grow impatient with the pace of occurrences, even when their desires involved the triumph of their faith or the establishment of its dominion. They moved along with the rhythm of God's decree, accepting whatever destination it led them to with a sense of contentment and ease. They gave of themselves, of their souls, their efforts and their wealth, without haste, without arrogance, without regret, and without sorrow. They were certain that they were merely fulfilling what God had destined for them to fulfill, that only what God willed would come to pass, and that every matter was tied to its appointed time and predestined outcome. This was a complete submission to the hand of God, which guided their steps and directed their movements. They felt secure in the hand that led them, trusting it with absolute certainty, and they walked with it in simplicity, ease, and grace. At the same time, however, they exerted every effort within their capacity. They gave all that they had, losing neither time nor energy, leaving no strategy unexplored and no means unutilized. Yet, they did not burden themselves with what lay beyond their abilities. They did not attempt to transcend their human limitations, nor did they seek to feign feelings or capacities they did not possess. They did not long to be praised for what they had not done, nor did they claim to do what they had not. This balance between absolute surrender to God's decree and tireless effort within the bounds of their human capacity was the hallmark of that first generation of Muslims. It was this balance that qualified them to bear the immense responsibility of the Islamic message, a burden so great that even the mountains would have trembled under its weight. This deep-rooted principle, firmly established in their souls, enabled them to achieve the extraordinary feats that marked their private lives and transformed human society as a whole. It ensured that their steps and movements were in perfect harmony with the cosmic order, aligned with the flow of time itself. There was no friction or collision between their actions and the natural rhythm of existence, no delays or setbacks caused by resistance or discord. This harmony blessed their efforts, bringing forth abundant and sweet fruits in a remarkably short span of time. This transformation of their inner selves, so that their movements aligned with the natural order of existence as determined by God's decree, was the greatest miracle of all. It was a miracle beyond human capability, one that could only be accomplished through the direct will of God, the same will that had created the heavens and the earth, the stars and the planets, and had coordinated their movements with divine precision. To this truth, the Quran alludes in many verses such as, "Verily you cannot guide those whom you love, but God guides whom He wills." 28:56. It is not your responsibility to guide them, but God guides whom He wills. 2:272. And true guidance is only God's guidance. 6:71. This guidance refers to the great truth of aligning human beings with their rightful place in the structure of existence and harmonizing their steps with the movement of the cosmos. No effort will bear its full fruit unless the heart is aligned with God's guidance in its truest sense, unless the individual's movements are in harmony with the flow of creation, and unless the soul finds peace in God's overarching decree, which governs all that exists. From this exposition, it becomes clear that the Quranic verse, "It is not fitting for a believing man or a believing woman, once God and His Messenger have decreed a matter, to have any choice in their affair," is far broader, more comprehensive, and more profound in meaning than any specific incident to which it may have been linked. It establishes a universal principle indeed, the foundational principle of the Islamic way of life. Then comes the discourse regarding the marriage of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to Zainab bint Jahsh, and the circumstances that preceded it and followed thereafter, along with the divine rulings and directives revealed in its wake. "And remember when you said to him upon whom God had bestowed favour, and upon whom you too had bestowed favour, keep your wife to yourself and remain conscious of God. And you hid within yourself that which God was to bring to light, and you feared the people, whereas it is God alone whom you should fear. But when Zayd had come to the end of his marital union with her, we joined her in marriage to you, so that there may be no discomfort for the believers regarding marriage to the wives of those whom they claim as sons, once they have come to the end of their marital union. And ever is the command of God a matter already decreed. There is no blame on the prophet for what God has ordained for him. Such has been the way of God with those who passed before. And the command of God is a destiny decreed. It is for those who convey the messages of God and fear Him, and fear none but God. And sufficient is God to take account. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of God and the seal of the prophets. And ever is God of all things knowing." Earlier in this surah, the practice of adoption had been abolished, and those falsely ascribed to others were to be returned to their real fathers, thereby restoring familial relationships to their natural foundations. "Nor has He made your adopted sons your true sons. These are but words uttered by your mouths, whereas God speaks the truth, and it is He who guides to the right way. Call them by the names of their fathers. This is more equitable in the sight of God. But if you do not know their fathers, then regard them as your brothers in faith and your allies, and there is no blame upon you for what you did mistakenly, but only for what your hearts intended. And ever is God forgiving and merciful." Yet the institution of adoption had left deep-rooted effects on the fabric of Arab society, and the undoing of its practical implications could not occur with the same ease as the annulment of the concept itself. For social traditions are more deeply entrenched in the hearts than mere legal conventions. It required precedents of a practical nature to counteract them. Such precedents, when first introduced, were met with disapproval and astonishment, and often struck heavily upon the sentiments of many. It had already been mentioned that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had married Zayd ibn Haritha, his former adopted son, who was once called Zayd ibn Muhammad before being restored to his lineage, to Zainab bint Jahsh, the noble daughter of the Prophet's aunt. Through this union, the Prophet sought to shatter the inherited barriers of class distinction and to exemplify the Quranic principle. "Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of God is the most righteous of you." This marriage established in practice the Islamic value of piety as the criterion of honor. It was then God's decree that His Prophet should carry yet another weighty burden of the prophethood, to eliminate the lingering remnants of the adoption system by marrying Zainab, the divorced wife of Zayd. This was a challenge no one else could face, despite the legal abolition of adoption itself. God had inspired his prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, with the knowledge that Zayd would divorce Zainab and that he, the prophet, would marry her in accordance with the wisdom decreed by God. The relationship between Zayd and Zainab had grown strained, and it appeared unlikely that their marital bond would endure much longer. Time and again, Zayd would come to the prophet, peace be upon him, complaining of the discord in his marriage to Zainab and expressing his inability to continue with her. And the prophet, despite his courage in proclaiming the truth of the divine message without hesitation or fear, felt the weight of the responsibility that God had inspired in him concerning Zainab. He hesitated to confront the people with the breaking of this deeply rooted tradition. And so he would say to Zayd, "Keep your wife to yourself and remain conscious of God." Thus he delayed addressing this significant matter, reluctant to disclose the momentous truth that weighed upon his heart. As God said, "And you hid within yourself that which God was to bring to light, and you feared the people, whereas it is God alone whom you should fear." What the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, concealed in his heart was the knowledge that he would eventually marry Zainab as God had decreed. This was not an explicit command from God at the time, for had it been so, the prophet would never have hesitated or delayed carrying it out, no matter the anticipated consequences. Rather, it was an inner inspiration from God, which the prophet felt hesitant to confront the society with, until God himself ordained its realization. Eventually, Zayd divorced Zainab. Neither Zayd nor Zainab nor anyone else at that time could have imagined what was to come. For the prevailing customs deemed Zainab, as the divorced wife of Zayd, formerly considered the prophet's adopted son, impermissible for the prophet. Even after the abolition of the adoption system, the societal perception persisted. It was only through the prophet's marriage to Zainab that this misconception was decisively overturned. And so, in the wisdom of God, the prophet's marriage to Zainab became the means of establishing a new legal and social precedent. The community responded with astonishment, surprise, and even disapproval, as such a step contradicted long-held traditions. This reaction underscores the falsity of the fabricated tales surrounding this event, which have been exploited by the enemies of Islam to weave baseless myths and slanderous accusations. The truth, as God states, is simple and clear. "And when Zayd had come to the end of his marital union with her, we joined her in marriage to you, so that there may be no discomfort for the believers regarding marriage to the wives of those whom they claim as sons, once they have come to the end of their marital union." This was one of the burdens of prophethood, the heavy sacrifices borne by the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, as he faced a society deeply averse to this change. He who had boldly proclaimed the oneness of God, condemned idolatry, and challenged ancestral traditions, hesitated only in this matter until God's command was made manifest. And the command of God is a destiny decreed. Thus the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, married Zainab after her waiting period had ended. He sent her former husband, Zayd, whom he loved dearly, to convey the proposal on his behalf. Anas, may God be pleased with him, narrated, "When Zainab's waiting period ended, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to Zayd ibn Haritha, 'Go and mention me to her.' Zayd went to her while she was kneading dough and said, 'O Zainab, rejoice, the messenger of God has mentioned you.' Upon hearing this, she said, 'I will not do anything until I seek the counsel of my sustainer.' She then rose to pray in her place of worship. Thereafter the Qur'an was revealed, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, came to her and entered upon her without seeking permission. It is also related in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari that Anas, may God be pleased with him, said, 'Zainab, may God be pleased with her, used to boast over the other wives of the Prophet, saying, "Your families gave you in marriage, but God gave me in marriage from above the 7 heavens." This matter, however, was not met with ease. The entire Muslim community was taken by surprise. The tongues of the hypocrites were quick to spread slander, saying, "He has married the wife of his son." Yet since this matter involved the establishment of a new principle, the Qur'an persisted in affirming its validity and dispelling its strangeness, returning it to its simple and logical origins. There is no blame on the prophet for what God has ordained for him. For God had decreed this marriage, nullifying the Arab custom of prohibiting the wives of adopted sons, thereby establishing a new legal and social precedent. And the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was not unique in this regard, for this has been the way of God with those who passed before. This matter unfolded in accordance with the eternal divine law, which is based on the realities of life, not on artificial customs and baseless traditions. And the command of God is a destiny decreed. This command was carried out with wisdom, precision, and foresight, ensuring that the desired outcome was achieved at the ordained time and place. God commanded his messenger to abolish this custom and to remove its traces through his own example, and thus there was no choice but to fulfill the command of God. And thus has the way of God always been with the messengers who came before those who conveyed the messages of God, who stood in awe of him alone, and who feared none but him. They did not reckon with the opinions of people when entrusted with the burdens of divine revelation, nor did they fear anyone save the one who sent them forth to deliver his message, to act, and to fulfill his commands. And sufficient is God as reckoner, for it is he alone who takes them to account, while no other has the right to do so. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men. Thus Zainab was not the spouse of his son, and Zayd was not the son of Muhammad. Rather, he was Zayd ibn Haritha, and so there was no cause for blame in this matter when it is viewed through the lens of reality and truth. The relationship between Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and all the believers, including Zayd ibn Haritha, was that of a prophet to his followers. He was not the father of any of them, but he is the messenger of God and the seal of the prophets. He was thus entrusted with the responsibility of laying down eternal laws for humanity to follow, laws that would serve as the final guidance from heaven to earth, unchanging and unalterable thereafter. And God is ever all-knowing of all things. It is he who knows what is best for this human race and what will bring about its well-being. It is he who ordained for the prophet what he ordained, and chose for him what he chose, in order to make permissible for the believers the wives of those whom they had once called their sons, once those sons had come to the end of their marital union and released them. God decreed this in accordance with his infinite knowledge of all things, his awareness of what is most fitting and beneficial for humankind, and his mercy and care for the believers. The Quranic discourse then continues, binding hearts to this ultimate truth and directing them toward God, who ordained for his messenger what he ordained and chose for the Muslim community what he chose, all of which is intended for their well-being, to lead them out of darkness into light. O you who have attained to faith, remember God with much remembrance, and extol his limitless glory morning and evening. It is he who sends blessings upon you, and so do his angels, that he may bring you forth out of darkness into light. And he is ever merciful towards the believers. Their greeting on the day they meet him will be peace, and he has prepared for them a most generous reward. To remember God is to connect the heart to him, to busy oneself with his awareness, and not merely to utter his name with the tongue. Indeed, the establishment of prayer is itself a remembrance of God, though there are narrations that seem to emphasize prayer specifically as the apex of remembrance. It has been narrated by Abu Dawood an-Nasa'i and Ibn Majah from Al-Amash on the authority of Al-Agar Abu Muslim, who reported from Abu Sa'id al-Khudri and Abu Huraira that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "When a man awakens his wife during the night, and they both pray 2 rakahs together, they are recorded as being among those men and women who remember God much." Yet remembrance of God encompasses more than just prayer. It includes every moment in which a servant recalls his sustainer and connects his heart to him, whether this remembrance is expressed aloud or remains silent within the soul. The essence of remembrance is the awakening of the heart to its creator, its sustainer, its guide. Indeed, the heart remains empty, distracted, or lost until it connects with God, remembers him, and finds solace in his nearness. Then it becomes filled with purpose, anchored and steady, knowing its path and its goal, aware of its origin and its destination. Thus, the Qur'an and the Sunnah repeatedly urge the remembrance of God, linking it to the times and conditions of human life so that each moment and circumstance may serve as a reminder to turn to God, ensuring that the heart doesn't lapse into forgetfulness, and extol His limitless glory morning and evening. The morning and the evening, in particular, stir the heart to connect with God, the one who changes circumstances, dispels shadows, and remains constant and unchanging. While all else in existence undergoes transformation and decay, He alone is eternal and unalterable, unaffected by the passage of time. Alongside the command to remember and glorify God, the Quran inspires hearts with an awareness of His mercy, His care, and His loving concern for His creation. Though utterly independent of them, and though they remain utterly dependent on Him, He bestows His blessings upon them and wills only good for them. It is He who sends blessings upon you, and so do His angels, that He may bring you forth out of darkness into light. And He is ever merciful towards the believers. Exalted is God, and immeasurable are His blessings and grace. How great is His favour, how vast is His bounty. He remembers these frail, needy, perishable servants who have no power, no strength, and no permanence of their own. He remembers them, cares for them, and sends His blessings upon them alongside the blessings of His angels. He mentions them in the highest assembly, as the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, God says, whoever remembers me to himself, I remember him to myself, and whoever remembers me in an assembly, I remember him in an assembly better than theirs. Oh, what a tremendous honour, one that the mind can scarcely fathom. For this earth and all that it contains is but a tiny, insignificant speck compared to the vastness of the heavens. And even the heavens and all that they contain are but a part of the dominion of God, who but said, Be, and it was. It is He who sends blessings upon you, and so do His angels, that He may bring you forth out of darkness into light. The light of God is one, encompassing and infinite, while every other state is but darkness in its many forms. Those who stray from the light of God dwell in one shadow or another, or in the depths of compounded darkness. It is only the light of God that rescues hearts and souls from these shadows, illuminating their inner being, guiding them to their primordial nature, the fitra upon which He created them, a fitra that is in harmony with the order of existence itself. His mercy and the prayers of His angels for the believers are what deliver them from these shadows into His light, provided their hearts open to faith, and He is ever merciful towards the believers. This is their state in the life of this world, the abode of action. But their state in the hereafter, the abode of reward, is even greater, for the grace of God never abandons them, nor does His mercy ever leave them. There they will be honoured and welcomed with a noble reward. Their greeting on the day they meet Him will be peace, and He has prepared for them a most generous reward. A greeting of peace, freedom from all fear, all toil, all hardship. A greeting conveyed to them by the angels as they enter from every gate, bearing salutations from their Sustainer Most High. Alongside this greeting comes the promise of eternal honour and the noble reward that their Sustainer has prepared for them. Oh, what an exalted honour that will be! Thus, this is their Sustainer, who ordains for them and chooses what is best. Who then could dislike such a choice? As for the prophet, who conveys to them God's choice and manifests through his practical example what God has decreed and prescribed for His servants, the narrative turns to elucidate his role and His immense favour upon the believers in this regard. O prophet, truly we have sent you as a witness, and as a bearer of glad tidings, and as a warner, and as one who calls unto God by His leave, and as a luminous beacon. And give glad tidings to the believers that a most great bounty awaits them from God, and pay no heed to the deniers of truth and the hypocrites, and ignore their affronts, and place your trust in God, for sufficient is God as a guardian. Thus the prophet's role among them is to be a witness over them, and so let them act in ways that would make this testimony one of truth, unblemished by falsehood, untainted by deceit, and unaltered by distortion. And he is to be a bearer of glad tidings to those who strive in righteousness, giving them hope of God's mercy. forgiveness, grace, and honor. And he is to be a warner to the heedless, alerting them to the torment and punishment that awaits the wrongdoers, so that they are neither taken by surprise nor punished without prior warning. And he is to be a caller unto God, not to worldly gains, not to fleeting glory, not to tribal pride, nor to the prejudices of Jahiliyyah, nor to material spoils, nor to power or prestige, but rather a caller unto God along a singular path that leads to him by his leave. For he is neither an innovator nor one who acts on his own accord, nor a speaker of his own whims. Rather, he acts solely by God's permission and command, never transgressing the bounds set for him. And he is a luminous beacon that dispels darkness, clarifies ambiguities, and illuminates the path, a light serene yet guiding, like a radiant lamp in the midst of shadows. Such indeed was the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and such was the light he brought. He came with a vision of existence that was clear, radiant and unclouded, a vision that encompassed the relationship of all creation with its creator, the role of the human being within this existence and in relation to his sustainer, and the values upon which all existence is founded, values that undergird the existence of humanity within this vast tapestry. He came with clarity concerning the origin and the destiny of all things, the purpose and the ultimate goal, the path and the means. His words were decisive, free from ambiguity or doubt, addressing the innate human nature in the most direct way, penetrating its depths through the most accessible and expansive avenues, and reaching its core through the most profound pathways. And so he reiterates and elaborates upon the prophet's role of giving glad tidings to the believers. And give glad tidings to the believers that a most great bounty awaits them from God. This is an expansion upon what was conveyed earlier. O prophet, truly we have sent you as a witness and as a bearer of glad tidings and as a warner. This repetition serves to emphasize God's grace and favor upon the believers, those for whom he legislates through his prophet, that which leads to their joy and to the greatest bounty. The address to the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, concludes with an exhortation not to yield to the deniers of truth and the hypocrites, not to be concerned by their affronts to him and the believers, and to place his reliance solely upon God, who is sufficient as a guardian. And pay no heed to the deniers of truth and the hypocrites, and ignore their affronts, and place your trust in God, for sufficient is God as a guardian. This is the same directive given at the beginning of the chapter, prior to the introduction of legislation guidance and the framework for a new social order. It now comes with an added emphasis, urging the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, not to be affected by the harm caused by the deniers of truth and the hypocrites, nor to seek their pleasure by complying with them in any matter or relying on them in any way. For God alone is his guardian, and sufficient is God as a guardian. Thus the prelude and conclusion surrounding the incident of Zainab and Zayd and the permission to marry the former wives of adopted sons are extended and elaborated upon. This lengthiness hints at the gravity of the matter and the need for divine reassurance and clarity. It underscores the necessity of connection with God and the recognition of the mercy and care inherent in his guidance, so that this command may be received with contentment, acceptance, and complete surrender. O you who have attained to faith, when you marry believing women and then divorce them before you have touched them, you have no waiting period to reckon against them. So provide for them generously and release them in a pleasant manner. 49. O prophet, we have made lawful for you your wives whose dowers you have given, and those whom your right hand possesses of what God has granted you as spoils of war, and furthermore the daughters of your paternal uncles and paternal aunts, and the daughters of your maternal uncles and maternal aunts who have emigrated with you, and any believing woman who offers herself to the prophet. If the prophet wishes to marry her, this is a privilege for you alone, not for the rest of the believers. We know well what we've enjoined upon them with regard to their wives and those whom their right hands possess, so that there be no difficulty for you in this matter. And God is ever forgiving, merciful. 50. You may defer the turn of any of them that you wish, and you may receive any of them that you wish. And there is no blame on you if you invite back any of those whom you have set aside. This is more likely to gladden their hearts, so that they may not grieve and may all be well pleased with what you give them. And God knows well what is in your hearts, and God is ever all-knowing, forbearing. 51. It is not lawful for you to take any additional women after this, nor to exchange them for other wives, even though their beauty may please you, except those whom your right hand possesses. And God is ever watchful over all things. 52. O you who have attained to faith, do not enter the prophets' houses unless permission is granted to you for a meal, and do not linger, waiting for its preparation. But when you are invited, then enter, and when you have eaten, disperse without lingering for idle conversation. Such behavior offends the prophet, and he feels shy to dismiss you. But God is not shy of teaching you the truth. And when you ask his wives for anything, ask them from behind a curtain. This is purer for your hearts and their hearts, and it is not for you to harm God's messenger, nor to ever marry his wives after him. Truly, this would be a grievous offense in the sight of God. 53. Whether you reveal something or conceal it, surely God knows all things. 54. There is no blame on the prophets' wives if they appear unveiled before their fathers, their sons, their brothers' sons, their sisters' sons, their womenfolk, or those whom their right hands possess. And be ever conscious of God, for surely God is a witness over all things. 55. Indeed, God and his angels bless the prophet. O you who have attained to faith, bless him and greet him with peace. 56. Surely, those who offend God and his messenger God has cursed them in this world and the hereafter, and he has prepared for them a humiliating punishment. 57. And those who harm believing men and believing women undeservedly have burdened themselves with slander and manifest sin. 58. O prophet, tell your wives, your daughters, and the believing women to draw their cloaks over themselves when they go out. That is more likely that they will be recognized and not be harassed, and God is ever forgiving, merciful. 59. If the hypocrites, and those in whose hearts is a disease, and those who spread rumors in the city do not desist, we shall surely incite you against them, and then they will not remain in your company therein, except for a short while. 60. They are accursed. Wherever they are found, they shall be seized and slain mercilessly. 61. Such has been the way of God with those who passed away before them, and you will find no change in the way of God. 62. This section of the surah begins with a general ruling from the Quran's legislative guidance concerning family matters specifically, the ruling regarding women divorced before consummation of marriage. It transitions into special injunctions regulating the private life of the Prophet, peace be upon him, his relationships with his wives, and the interaction of others with his household. It also addresses the dignity of the Prophet and his household in God's sight, as well as that of the angels and the heavenly assembly. The section concludes with a general command shared by the Prophet's wives, his daughters, and the believing women, to cover themselves with ample garments when leaving the house, so as to distinguish themselves by their modest attire, and thus not be harassed by ill-intentioned individuals such as hypocrites and troublemakers in the city. The passage ends with a stern warning to these mischief-makers to desist, threatening them with expulsion and dire consequences should they persist in their transgressions. These rulings and directives represent part of the ongoing reorganization of the Muslim community, according to the Islamic vision. As for the personal life of the Prophet, God willed that his household be a transparent example for the generations to come, making it part of the eternal Qur'an, recited in every age and every place. At the same time, this transparency is a mark of God's special favor upon the Prophet's household, which he governs directly through his sublime will. O you who have attained to faith! When you marry believing women and divorce them before consummation, they are not obliged to observe a waiting period. However, you are to provide for them according to your means and release them in a manner that is gracious and free of harm. 49. This ruling is also mentioned in Surah Al-Baqarah. There is no blame upon you if you divorce women before you have consummated the marriage or fixed a dowry for them, yet provide for them the wealthy according to his means, and the poor according to his means, a provision in kindness, a duty upon the doers of good. And if you divorce them before consummation but after fixing a dowry, then give them half of what you appointed unless they forgo it or the one in whose hand is the marriage contract forgoes it. And forgoing is closer to righteousness. And do not forget to act graciously towards one another, for surely God sees all that you do. 236, 237. Thus, a woman divorced before consummation is entitled to half the dowry if one was specified. If no dowry was agreed upon, she is entitled to a provision in accordance with the financial capacity of her former spouse. The additional clarification in this verse in Surah Al-Ahzab concerns the absence of a waiting period for such women, a matter not detailed in the earlier verses. The purpose of the waiting period in divorce is to ensure that the womb is free of pregnancy so that lineage is preserved and no child is attributed to a father who is not truly his own. However, in the case of non-consummation, this concern is inapplicable, and thus no waiting period is required. So, provide for them generously, whether it be half the stipulated dowry or a gift proportionate to the husband's means, and release them in a pleasant manner without harm, hardship, or delaying their freedom to begin anew. This general ruling is part of the Surah's broader framework for organizing the collective life of the nascent Muslim community. Afterward, God delineates what is lawful for his prophet in matters of marriage, highlighting the unique privileges accorded to him and his household. This came after the earlier revelation in Surah Al-Nisa, which set the maximum number of wives for believers at 4. Then marry those that please you, 2, 3 or 4, 4, 3. At the time, the prophet already had 9 wives, each of whom he had married for specific reasons. Aisha and Hafsa, daughters of his closest companions, Abu Bakr and Umar, respectively. Habiba, the daughter of Abu Sufyan, Salama and Sauda, who were older widows from the early Muslim community. Zainab bint Khuzaima, also a widow, whom the Prophet honoured through marriage. Zainab bint Jahsh, whose marriage to the Prophet followed her divorce from Zayd as part of God's divine command. Juwariya bint al-Harith and Safiya bint Huyai, both captives whom the Prophet freed and married, thereby fostering ties with their tribes and honouring them. Each marriage carried wisdom and purpose, whether it was to strengthen bonds with key individuals, honour the vulnerable, or forge alliances with tribes. The life of the Prophet's household is thus presented as a sacred example for humanity, enshrined in the eternal Qur'an. And so they were honoured with the title Mothers of the Believers, and attained the distinction of nearness to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, choosing God his Messenger and the hereafter, after the revelation of the verses of choice. It was difficult for their hearts to bear the thought of parting with the Messenger of God after the decree limiting the number of wives. Yet God, in his boundless mercy, looked upon them and exempted his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, from that restriction. He permitted him to retain all his wives in his union, making them all lawful for him. And then the Qur'an ordained that he would not marry anyone beyond them, nor exchange any of them for another. This privilege was granted to these noble women alone, who had chosen God, his messenger, and the hereafter, so that they would not be deprived of the honour of being associated with him. Around this principle revolve these noble verses, O Prophet. We have made lawful for you your wives to whom you have given their dowries, and those whom your right hand possesses from among those whom God has given you as spoils of war, and the daughters of your paternal uncles, and the daughters of your paternal aunts, and the daughters of your maternal uncles, and the daughters of your maternal aunts who migrated with you, and any believing woman who offers herself to the Prophet, if the Prophet wishes to marry her, this being a privilege for you alone, and not for the rest of believers. We know what we have decreed for them concerning their wives and those whom their right hands possess, so that there may be no discomfort for you. And God is most forgiving, most merciful. You may defer the turn of any of them you please, and take to yourself any you please. And there is no blame on you if you invite one of those whom you had set aside. This is more likely to comfort their hearts and prevent their grief, and to enable them to be well pleased with what you have given them, all of them. And God knows what is in your hearts, and God is all-knowing, most forbearing. No other women are lawful for you after this, nor is it lawful for you to exchange them for other wives, even if their beauty should please you, except those whom your right hand possesses. And God is watchful over all things. 33, 50-52. Thus, in this verse, God permits the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, the categories of women mentioned therein, even if their number exceeded 4, which is prohibited for others. These categories include the wives to whom he had given dowries, those whom his right hand possessed from the spoils of war, the daughters of his paternal uncles and aunts, and the daughters of his maternal uncles and aunts who had migrated with him, excluding those who had not migrated, as an honor for the emigrant women and any believing woman who offered herself to him without dowry or guardian, if he wished to marry her. There are differing accounts of whether the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, married any woman from this category or not, with the more likely view being that he arranged for those who offered themselves to him to marry other men. This then was made a unique privilege for the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, because he is the guardian of all believers, men and women alike. As for others, they remain bound by the laws God has laid down for them regarding their wives and those whom their right hands possess. This was so that the prophet would face no hardship in retaining his wives and in responding to the unique circumstances surrounding his person. Furthermore, the choice was left to him, peace and blessings be upon him, to take into his union any of those who offered themselves to him, or to defer that. For those he deferred, it was left to him to return to them whenever he wished. He was also free to approach any of his wives and defer others, all in a manner that would bring comfort to their hearts, prevent their sorrow, and make them content with whatever he gave them, all of them. This was out of consideration for the special circumstances surrounding the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the desires directed toward him, and for the sake of the honor of being connected to him, which God, in his infinite wisdom and forbearance, oversees. And God knows what is in your hearts, and God is all-knowing, most forbearing. Thereafter, God revealed the prohibition of marriage to any women other than those already in the prophet's union, not as a matter of number, but specifically regarding the women themselves, such that no other woman could replace them. It was not known that the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, married anyone beyond them after this prohibition. No other women are lawful for you after this, nor is it lawful for you to exchange them for other wives, even if their beauty should please you, except those whom your right hand possesses. And God is watchful over all things. This matter was entrusted to God's watchful care and the sincerity of devotion in the hearts of the believers. Lady Aisha, may God be pleased with her, narrated that this prohibition was lifted before the prophet's passing, granting him the freedom to marry again. Yet even with this allowance, he did not marry anyone beyond his existing wives. Thus they remained the mothers of the believers. Subsequently, the Qur'an organized the relationship between the Muslims and the prophet's household. Peace and blessings be upon him and his wives, the mothers of the believers, both during his lifetime and after his passing. It addressed a situation that had arisen wherein some hypocrites and individuals with diseased hearts were causing harm to the prophet in his household and with his wives. Severe warnings were issued to them, exposing the enormity of their crime in the sight of God and its abhorrent nature. They were threatened with God's all-encompassing knowledge of what they concealed in their hearts. O you who have attained to faith, do not enter the prophet's houses unless permission is given to you for a meal, and do not enter awaiting its preparation. But when you are invited, then enter, and when you have eaten, disperse without lingering for conversation. Indeed, such behavior was distressing to the prophet, and he is too shy to ask you to leave, but God is not shy of speaking the truth. And when you ask his wives for something, ask them from behind a curtain. This is purer for your hearts and their hearts, and it is not for you to harm the messenger of God or to marry his wives after him, ever. Indeed, that would be an enormity in the sight of God. Whether you reveal something or conceal it, God is indeed all-knowing of all things. 33, 53, 54. Al-Bukhari narrated on the authority of Anas ibn Malik that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, celebrated his marriage to Zainab bint Jahsh with bread and meat. He invited people to the meal, and they came in groups, eating and departing. When the food was finished, he said, "Lift up the food." 3 men remained in the house, conversing. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, left and went to the room of Aisha, may God be pleased with her, and greeted her, saying, "Peace be upon you, O people of the house, and God's mercy and blessings." She replied, "And upon you be peace and God's mercy. How did you find your family, O Messenger of God? May God bless you." He visited the rooms of his other wives, exchanging similar greetings, and they responded as Aisha did. When he returned, the 3 men were still conversing in the house. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was extremely modest and left again, going toward Aisha's room. Eventually the men departed, and the Prophet returned. As he placed one foot inside the door and the other outside, he drew the curtain between himself and the room, and the verse of the veil was revealed. This verse established etiquette that was previously unknown in pre-Islamic Arabia regarding entry into homes, even the home of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. People used to enter homes without the owner's permission, as explained in the verses of Surah An-Nur regarding seeking permission. This practice was even more apparent in the Prophet's home, which had become a center of knowledge and wisdom. Some would enter and, upon seeing food being prepared, would sit in anticipation of its being served without being invited. Others, whether invited or not, would remain after eating, engaging in conversation, oblivious to the discomfort they caused the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him and his family. It has been narrated that the 3 men who lingered in the Prophet's house were doing so while his bride, Zainab bint Jahsh, sat with her face turned to the wall. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was too modest to ask them to leave, unwilling to confront his guests with something that might embarrass them. So God, in his infinite wisdom, took it upon himself to declare the truth. And God is not shy of speaking the truth. It is worth noting that Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, had, with his keen sensitivity, suggested to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, the idea of veiling his wives, and had longed for such a command from his sustainer. Eventually, the Qur'an confirmed his suggestion and responded to his insight. Al-Bukhari narrated on the authority of Anas ibn Malik that Umar ibn al-Khattab said, "O Messenger of God, both the righteous and the unrighteous enter upon you. Why don't you instruct the mothers of the believers to veil themselves?" Then the verse of the veil was revealed. This verse taught the believers not to enter the Prophet's homes without permission and not to linger when not invited to food. Once they had eaten, they were to leave without remaining to engage in idle talk. How much are Muslims today in need of this noble etiquette, which is often disregarded? Many linger after meals, and some even prolong their stay at the table, engaging in lengthy conversations, oblivious to the discomfort they cause the hosts, who, if they adhere to Islam's prescribed codes of modesty, find themselves trapped and distressed while their guests remain unaware. In this divine etiquette lies a remedy and solution for every situation, were we to adhere to it. The verse further established the necessity of the veil between the Prophet's wives and other men. And when you ask them for something, ask them from behind a curtain. It also decreed that this was purer for the hearts of both parties. That is, purer for your hearts and their hearts. Thus, none should claim otherwise. None should assert that free mixing, the removal of barriers, casual speech and unrestricted interaction between the sexes lead to purer hearts and greater chastity, or that it helps to sublimate repressed desires, refine emotions and cultivate virtuous behavior. Such claims are nothing but the words of weak, misguided and ignorant souls who are blind to the truth. None should dare to contradict what God has decreed regarding this matter, particularly when he speaks of the purest of women, the mothers of the believers, and the noblest of men, the companions of the Prophet. Peace and blessings be upon him whose virtues are unparalleled. When God speaks a word and his creation speaks another, the word of God reigns supreme. Any other word is but futile delusion, uttered only by those who audaciously presume that mortal fleeting beings possess greater knowledge of human nature than the eternal Creator who fashioned them. The tangible reality of life proclaims the truth of God and the falsehood of those who claim otherwise. The experiments unfolding in today's world bear witness to this assertion. In those lands where unbridled mingling of the sexes has reached its zenith, the evidence is clearer and more decisive than any argument, America being foremost among these lands where such mingling has borne the ugliest fruits. The verse mentions how they're coming to the meal, waiting for its preparation without being invited, and their lingering afterward for idle conversation caused the prophet discomfort, though he was too shy to express it. The conclusion of the verse establishes that it is unbefitting for Muslims to cause harm to the Messenger of God or to marry his wives after him, for they are as their mothers. The unique status of these women as the Prophet's wives makes it impermissible for anyone to marry them after him, preserving the sanctity, reverence and singularity of this noble household. It is not for you to harm the Messenger of God, nor to marry his wives after him, ever. It is reported that some hypocrites remarked that they awaited the day they could marry Aisha. God responds, "Indeed, that would be, in the sight of God, a grave matter." What an immense offence it is when something is described as grave in the eyes of God. The discourse does not stop at this formidable warning, rather it continues with another awe-inspiring threat. Whether you reveal a thing or conceal it, truly God knows all things. Thus, God himself takes charge of the matter. He is aware of what is apparent and what lies hidden, fully cognizant of every thought and every scheme. And before his majesty, the matter is indeed momentous. Whoever dares to transgress exposes themselves to the overwhelming might of God, which is crushing, awesome, and supreme. After this warning and threat, the discourse moves to an exception concerning certain close relatives, before whom the Prophet's wives could appear without obstruction. There is no blame upon them regarding their fathers, their sons, their brothers' sons, their sisters' sons, their womenfolk, or those whom their right hands possess. But be conscious of God, for indeed God is witness over all things. These relatives are the same ones for whom it has been made lawful for Muslim women in general to unveil themselves. I have not been able to determine which of the two verses was revealed first, the one specific to the Prophet's wives here, or the general verse for all believing women in Surah Al-Nur. Yet it seems likely that the directive was initially exclusive to the Prophet's wives and later extended to all Muslim women, as this aligns with the nature of divine ordinances. Let us not overlook the persistent call to taqwa, God consciousness, and the reminder of God's comprehensive knowledge. Be conscious of God, for indeed he is witness over all things. The encouragement toward mindfulness of God and the awareness of his watchful gaze is particularly emphasized in such contexts, for taqwa is the ultimate safeguard and the vigilant keeper over hearts. The discourse continues, warning against those who harm the Prophet, whether by causing him personal distress or by affronting his family, and emphasizing the enormity of such behavior through two approaches. The first is the glorification of the Prophet and his exalted station with his sustainer and in the heavenly assembly. The second is the declaration that harming the Prophet is akin to harming God himself, and its punishment is divine rejection, both in this world and the next, accompanied by a humiliating torment. Indeed, God and his angels send blessings upon the Prophet. O you who believe, send blessings upon him and greet him with peace. Truly, those who harm God and his messenger, God has cursed them in this world and the hereafter, and has prepared for them a humiliating punishment. God's blessing upon the Prophet signifies his praise for him in the heavenly assembly. The angels' blessings are their prayers for him in the presence of the Almighty. How exalted is the rank of the Prophet! The echoes of God's praise reverberate throughout existence, illuminating the entire cosmos. The universe itself resonates with this eternal and everlasting glorification of the Prophet. What greater blessing and honor could there be than this? How insignificant, then, are the prayers and salutations of human beings compared to God's exaltation and the angels' praises. Yet God, in his wisdom, elevates the believers by associating their prayers with his divine blessings and their salutations with the angels' invocations. drawing them closer to the lofty realm of the eternal, the sublime. Amidst this divine glorification, the act of harming the Prophet appears all the more abhorrent, vile, and accursed. Indeed, those who harm God and his messenger God has cursed them in this world and the hereafter, and has prepared for them a humiliating punishment. Its ugliness is magnified by the fact that such harm is described as harm to God himself, though his majesty cannot truly be harmed, illustrating the profound sensitivity of any offence against his messenger. What a dreadful, heinous, and appalling crime it is! The discourse also turns to the harm inflicted upon the believers' men and women through slander and false accusations, attributing to them faults and flaws they do not possess. And those who harm believing men and women for what they did not commit have burdened themselves with slander and manifest sin. This stern condemnation indicates that during that time in Medina, there existed a group dedicated to plotting against the believers, spreading malicious rumors and fabricating accusations against them. This reality, however, transcends time and place, for believers in every age are targeted by the wicked, the hypocritical, and those whose hearts are diseased. God, in his infinite justice, defends the believers against such plots, branding their enemies as guilty of slander and sin, for indeed he is the most truthful of all judges. Then God commands his prophet to instruct his wives, his daughters, and the women of the believers to cover themselves with their outer garments when they go out for their needs, concealing their bodies, heads, and the openings of their garments at the chest. This attire serves to distinguish them and protect them from the harassment of lewd individuals, for their modesty and dignity inspire a sense of shame and restraint in those who might otherwise harass them. O Prophet, tell your wives, your daughters, and the women of the believers to draw their cloaks over themselves. That is more fitting, so that they may be recognized and not harmed. And God is forgiving, merciful. Al-Sudi commented on this verse, saying that some of the wicked men of Medina would venture out at night under the cover of darkness to harass women. Since the dwellings in Medina were small and close together, women would go out at night to relieve themselves. When these men saw a woman wearing a cloak, they would say, "This is a free woman," and would leave her alone. But when they saw a woman without a cloak, they would say, "This is a slave," and would pounce upon her. Mujahid said, "They are to cover themselves so that they may be known as free women, and no lewd man would harm or approach them with evil intent." The verse concludes, "And God is forgiving, merciful," indicating his forgiveness for what had occurred in the days of Jahiliyyah before the revelation of this command. This demonstrates the persistent effort to purify the Arabian society and the consistent guidance aimed at removing all causes of temptation and chaos, confining them to their narrowest bounds until Islamic traditions could take full hold over the community. Finally, a resounding threat is issued to the hypocrites, those with diseased hearts, and the rumour mongers who spread destabilizing falsehoods among the Muslim community. They are warned that if they do not cease their actions, God will unleash his prophet upon them, just as he had dealt with the Jews before them, purging Medina of their presence, banishing them from the land, and rendering their blood permissible to be shed. Wherever they are found, they will be seized and killed with utter ruthlessness, in accordance with God's eternal law for the corrupt in the past. If the hypocrites, those with diseased hearts, and the rumour mongers in Medina do not desist, we shall certainly incite you against them, and they will not remain your neighbours therein, except for a short while accursed, wherever they are found, seized and killed relentlessly. Such has been the way of God with those who passed before, and never will you find in the way of God any change. From this decisive warning, we can discern the strength of the Muslim community in Medina after the defeat of Banu Qurayza and the extent of the Islamic State's authority over the city. The hypocrites had retreated into secrecy, unable to openly plot against the Muslims, for they lived in constant fear of exposure and retribution. The people ask you about the hour, say, "Its knowledge rests with God alone." And what could make you know? Perhaps the hour is near. Indeed, God has cursed the disbelievers and prepared for them a blazing fire, abiding therein forever, finding neither protector nor helper. On the day their faces will be turned about in the fire, they will cry, "Oh, would that we had obeyed God and obeyed the messenger." And they will say, "Our sustainer. Truly, we obeyed our leaders and our elders, and they led us astray from the path. Our sustainer. Give them double the punishment and curse them with a mighty curse. O you who believe, be not like those who wronged Moses, but God cleared him of what they said, and he was in the sight of God honourable. O you who believe, be conscious of God and speak words that are straight and true. He will set right your deeds and forgive you your sins, and whoever obeys God and his messenger has indeed achieved a great triumph. We offered the trust to the heavens, the earth, and the mountains, but they refused to bear it and were fearful of it. Yet man took it on, for truly he has been unjust and ignorant. This so that God may punish the hypocrites, men and women, and the idolaters, men and women, and so that God may turn in mercy to the believers, men and women, for God is ever forgiving, merciful. In this final lesson of the Surah, the discussion turns to the people's questioning of the hour, how they hasten it, doubt it, and mock it. The answer given leaves the matter entirely to God, warning them of its nearness and the possibility that it might overtake them suddenly, catching them unaware. Then the discourse shifts to a vivid image of the hour, a scene that holds no joy for those who eagerly demand its arrival. It is the day when their faces will be turned about in the fire, the day they will regret not having obeyed God and his messenger, the day they will plead for their leaders and elders to be punished doubly for leading them astray. It is a scene so harrowing, so heartrending, that no one who hastens the hour would wish to see it. From this glimpse of the hereafter, the discourse brings them back to this earth, warning the believers not to be like the people of Moses, who wronged him and accused him falsely. God exonerated him from their claims, and he was in God's sight honourable. It seems this warning was prompted by a specific incident, perhaps related to the Prophet Muhammad's marriage to Zainab, which defied the entrenched pre-Islamic customs of the Arabs and was intended to abolish such practices through this decisive act. Yet, it appears that this marriage was not without its challenges, as tongues began to wag among the hypocrites, the faint-hearted, and those whose understanding of Islam was still clouded. They whispered, they insinuated, and they spoke words of great offence. The hypocrites and rumour-mongers were never silent. They seized every opportunity to spread their venom. This was evident in the events of the Battle of the Trench, the slander against Aisha, the incident of Al-Ifk, and disputes over the distribution of war booty. They sought to harm the Prophet in every way they could. By this time, after the expulsion of Banu Qurayza and the other Jewish tribes, there were no longer any open disbelievers in Medina. All its inhabitants were outwardly Muslim, though some were sincere, while others were hypocrites. These hypocrites spread rumours and falsehoods, and some believers, unfortunately, were drawn into their schemes. The Qur'an came to warn them against harming the Prophet, just as the Israelites had harmed Moses, and to guide them towards speaking words that are truthful and precise, free from slander or fault-finding. It urged them to obey God and his messenger, promising them great success as a reward for their obedience. O you who believe, do not be like those who harmed Moses, but God cleared him of what they said, and he was, in the sight of God, honourable. O you who believe, be conscious of God and speak words that are straight and true. He will set right your deeds and forgive you your sins. And whoever obeys God and his messenger has indeed achieved a great triumph. The Quran does not specify the nature of the harm inflicted upon Moses, though some reports shed light on the matter. Yet there is no need to delve into what the Quran has left unsaid. The intent is to warn the believers against causing any harm to the Prophet Muhammad. The Quran frequently uses the Israelites as an example of deviation and ingratitude. Merely pointing to their mistreatment of their prophet suffices to stir the conscience of any believer, for no one would wish to emulate these wayward people, whose behaviour the Quran holds up as a glaring example of deviation. God cleared Moses of the false accusations levelled against him, for he was in God's sight honorable, possessing great status and dignity. Indeed, God defends his messengers against all falsehood and slander, and Muhammad, the greatest of messengers, is surely the most deserving of God's protection and vindication. The Quran directs the believers to speak words that are truthful, deliberate, and purposeful, words that are free from the influence of the hypocrites and rumour-mongers, words that uplift rather than harm. It calls them to speak in a way that leads to righteous action, for God guides those who are truthful in speech, setting their deeds aright and forgiving their sins. Only those who deliberately choose the path of disobedience will be deprived of his mercy, and whoever obeys God and his messenger has indeed achieved a great triumph. Obedience to God and his messenger is itself a great triumph, for it is the path of alignment with the divine will, straight, clear, and leading to peace and contentment. To walk this path is, in and of itself, a blessing, for it leads to harmony with the universe that God has created in truth. It brings a sense of inner tranquility, even before the reward of the hereafter. The bounty of paradise is a further grace, entirely unmerited except by God's generosity and kindness, for he gives without limit to whomever he wills. This divine generosity is perhaps rooted in God's recognition of the frailty of the human being and the enormity of the trust he has undertaken, a trust that even the heavens, the earth, and the mountains shrank from bearing. Man, despite his weakness, took it upon himself to bear this trust, a trust that entails knowledge, responsibility, and choice. We offered the trust to the heavens, the earth, and the mountains, but they refused to bear it and were fearful of it. Yet man took it on, for truly he has been unjust and ignorant. The heavens, the earth, and the mountains, these immense creations that dwarf the human being, are described as having recoiled from the weight of this trust. These creations submit to God's will instinctively, following the laws he has set for them without hesitation or deviation. The sun revolves in its orbit, fulfilling its purpose without resistance. The earth yields its crops, sustains its creatures, and conceals its dead, all in perfect submission to God's command. The mountains stand firm, the winds blow, and the seas surge, all in effortless obedience to the Creator. But man is different. Man, with his consciousness and free will, must find God through his own striving. He must discern the divine law through reflection and choose to follow it out of his own volition. He must resist his base desires and struggle against his inclinations. At every step he is aware, deliberate, and accountable. This burden of knowledge and choice is immense, as man is small, weak, and beset by desires and limitations. Yet when he rises to the challenge, when he attains true knowledge of God, submits to his will, and aligns his life with his guidance, he reaches a station far above the mountains, the heavens, and the earth. For while they obey instinctively, man obeys consciously, out of love and understanding. This is the essence of the trust he has undertaken, and so man's acceptance of this trust was both a great honor and a great risk. It was an act of jahiliyyah in its audacity, but also an act of courage in its potential. For when man fulfills the trust, he attains a noble rank among creation, but when he fails, he becomes deserving of punishment, so that God may punish the hypocrites, men and women, and the idolaters, men and women, and so that God may turn in mercy to the believers, men and women, for God is ever forgiving, merciful. This is the balance of divine justice, that man bears the consequences of his choices and receives reward or punishment accordingly. And yet, God's mercy remains ever near, extending to the believers who, despite their flaws, strive sincerely to fulfill the trust they have accepted. Thus the surah concludes with a resounding note of awe and solemnity, reminding us of the weight of the trust, the gravity of the responsibility, and the majesty of the one who revealed this book. It began by directing the prophet to obey God, resist the disbelievers and hypocrites, and follow divine revelation with unwavering trust. It ends by emphasizing the enormity of the trust borne by man, the trust to know God, follow his guidance, and submit to his will. Such is the harmony between the beginning and the end of the surah, a harmony that reflects the miraculous coherence of the Qur'an, testifying to its divine source.